Hello, people of the YouTube intro. I'm your host, Sean Tyler. And I need to finish this shit. I'm tired of Beatrice and everything. I have my notebook already. I'm probably just gonna start. I literally don't have anything. We're letting the intro play. Let me make a Discord announcement. I want her to be. You know, fuck the people on Discord. They ain't got notifications on. Fuck them. Hold on, I need to grab my water. And as soon as I stood up, my body sent shockwaves of pain. I'm just gonna point this out. Final family conference? Damn straight, it's about to be. It's like the title says, I need to finish this episode, Rock. I need it more than anything that you could ever imagine. With all due respect. Yes, test. Once again, there was a call from Kraus to the guest house. And the message was that Kinzo wanted to hold a test to see if the grandchildren had the qualifications to become his successor. Because you're all bitches. That's why. From Krause's restrained style of speech, Jessica realized as his daughter that he was being forced to speak. And she was forced to realize that the hostages were being exposed to danger even now. And that if they refused this test, there was a possibility that the hostages would be harmed. I decline. Krause put down the receiver and then looked at the grinning Kinzo on the other side of the bars. Kinzo gave his next order. Goda Kumasawa? He just gave the death order. So grandchildren, your first test is to kill the two that remain. Whoever gets them in first is immune from elimination on Survivor. Krause relayed the orders to lock up Goda and Kumasawa. I don't know, I was thinking calculus, a little bit of trigonometry, some physics, and then maybe some minor multiplication. That's not what she asked. Looking disgusted, Kyrie watched Kraus, who was talking with the children. I hate it, but for now we cannot refuse orders. In this dungeon, a feeble resistance won't amount to anything. If we provoke him too much and drive him into a position where he might kill us, there will no longer be any way to stop this murderer. For now, the only choice left is to obey his rules without agitating him, all the while waiting for an opportunity. However, if we continue to obediently follow his commands, the children might be attacked in this so-called test, and they might even lose their lives. Whether we feign obedience or try to resist, nothing will cause the situation to improve. Anyway, straining our eyes so that we don't let a single chance escape to the very end is the only resistance possible now. While telling herself this, Kyrie watched over Kraus as he delivered Kinzo's orders. Let's wait before we stab this fucker in the throat, alright? That's what Nanjo's saying. Or really, Ajnan. I flatter him, so he drops his pants, and he's vulnerable. He's gonna kill Nanjo now, because you aren't family. At Nanjo's words, the slightest signs that Kinzo's mood has been improving were blown away. Nanjo was struck with a moment of silence as Kinzo gazed at him with dangerous eyes as though appraising him. Well, here's the thing, Kinzo. You have your weapons watching us, correct? I'm safe to assume. You can do that literally anywhere else. We try to run, sacrifice, or Gap could literally snap her fingers and bring us right back. I'm telling you right now, they could literally do whatever they want as long as they don't interfere, and you're perfectly fine. Fair. Like, what Nanjo says is fair game. I'm not falling for your chess tricks. Virginia had tried to help out, but in the end, Kinzo would not comply. Yeah, Kanan's just gonna start ripping the bars off, sure. He's literally in prison as a hostage. Kanan's about to reach his hand through the bars and start choking you, even though he knows you like it. Gap sent one final sneering smile at Cannon, then turned away. Cannon could only bite his lower lip and shake his fists. Good job not literally ripping her vocal cords out of her throat. I'm sensing foreshadowing with that one line, and that's all I'm gonna say. All three. Because I know which one I'd prefer to watch me, and that's 00, because as soon as I even remotely show a sign of wanting to fight her, she's going to hang herself. When Kinzo made his order, the Cheister sisters appeared behind him in a line. 556? 556. Who the 556 is dead? Man, she got hung too, probably. The Cheister sisters erased their forms simultaneously. Now Joe and Kyrie had witnessed the instance they appeared and disappeared as if by teleportation, but they interpreted this as moving in and out of the darkness in a way that only looked like teleportation. And the two could do nothing but rub their eyes. He glanced at Shannon and Cannon. Tightly closing her eyes, Shannon gave a silent bow and answered wordlessly, avoiding any unnecessary actions. And Cannon stuck up his middle finger at Gap. Ah, the yoinked goat men are back. Virginia began to call out into the darkness. From that spot, 3 massive goat-headed attendants suddenly appeared. To be honest, I'm tired of Gap being horny still. With a dignified gesture, Kinzo fluttered his cloak. Following him were Nova and Gap, as well as the 3 recently summoned goat attendants. The goats jumped in surprise and then came tottering back. Kyrie, who had been watching stunned as all of this played out, couldn't help but snort. And he didn't either. She was probably embarrassed. He didn't give you permission either. Virginia had spoken coolly, but Kyrie saw through that, and for a little while she couldn't restrain her muffled laughter. However, on the inside, Kyrie was surprised at the number of people Kinzo had with him. After all, including Kinzo himself, at least 10 enemies had already been spotted. The dungeon they were currently locked in was supposedly underneath the hidden mansion called Kuwadorian. Although this mansion had been whispered of, not even Kraus had known of its existence until today. Are there actually several facilities like this on Rakanjima, where many unknown henchmen that only Kinzo knows of hide? Just how many humans are on Rakanjima locked away by the typhoon? No, on the contrary. Were we the only ones under the impression that there were only 18 people on this island? Were we, who bickered over whether Beatrice existed or not and worried about whether a 19th person existed or not, nothing more than the frogs in a well on this island? No, wait, not only that. By now, were there actually more people on the enemy side than on ours? A mass murder by magic, demons forming and disappearing into thin air. Setting aside the enemy's numbers, how should we interpret the various things thrust before our eyes that cannot be explained with the common sense of our world? Kyrie's starting to get it. I don't know how the fuck to explain any of this. Except Ange made up the whole story in order to, essentially as a coping mechanism, to understand why everybody on the island died that night. / day. Kyrie started to feel like she didn't know what was going on anymore. Kyrie, we are still hitting on this same wavelength right now. And while desperately battling the urge to abandon everything and give up, she grit her teeth and tried to hold on to her sanity. Obviously, Goda and Kumasawa were quite unwilling to be locked in the Rose Garden shed. That's why, as Battler, I have a spear, and I'm jabbing them in the back to get them into the Rose Garden shed. But they were threatened that, if they resisted, the hostages' safety could not be guaranteed. It was fairly hard to get them to agree, but once they started thinking that their safety might actually be guaranteed if the key to the gardening storehouse was to be handed to them after being shut inside, and when it was decided that blankets and food would be carried in for them, they were finally convinced. I can't wait for them to die in about 2 minutes. George and Badler cleared a space on the floor, then spread the blankets there. They also left the canned food, crackers, and other light snacks they had brought. Anyone know how to fish? Give me a spear and I'll start catching some fish in the ocean. I can swim in typhoons. How are they gonna play it by ear? They won't fucking hear anything. Goda stared at the floor, even now unable to believe what had happened as he remembered that atrocity in the dining hall. And he hung his head in shame at his failure to fully describe that terror. Sounds like nobody knows. Now they understand my pain. Because before they didn't know who was doing any of this, but now they know, so now they're confused, like me. Looking at the pitiful expressions on the imprisoned pair's faces, it got really hard to close the shutter. But we can't disobey. We're being watched. How do you know? The shutter was brought down and locked. Then George walked toward the small window on the side of the storehouse. At that side, there was a small latticed window that could only emit light and ventilation. It looked like something from a jail, making the two of them seem even more pitiable. But on the other hand, it would hopefully protect them from Kinzo and his subordinates. He opened the window and called out. Yo, you ain't freezing in there. It's not like it matters anyway because you have to stay in there. Gota's gonna eat all the food because he's a big boy. He needs all that meat. He needs protein. He needs food. Well, maybe that's the test. Did you think about that? George threw the key in through the tiny window. Gota took the key, showed it to Kumasawa, and placed it in his own pocket. There's only one key to the gardening shed shutter. That key was being held by the ones locked up inside it. If the children had kept it and had stolen it from them by some chance, that would do nothing but expose the lives of those in the shed to danger. And even with the key, the shutter could not be opened from the inside. Kinzo's demands were fulfilled this way. However, there was now no longer any way to open the shed from the outside either. This protected them. Kinzo had ordered that they be confined, and we could do nothing but trust that this cold, closed room would protect them. Lockpicking. Jessica watched this while holding Maria's hand and looked over the thickets in the pitch-black rose garden. So, here's the thing. It just really gave me an easy way to describe how they die in this closed room until it comes up that the key never left Gota's pocket. Because here's the thing. Lockpick the door open. Kairi already knows how to do it, so that means Kinzo probably already knows how the fuck to do it. Lockpick it open, throw the shutter open, kill them both. Close the shutter from the inside, if you can. I don't know if you can, but I'm assuming you can. Close the shutter. No, not from the inside. Walk out. Close the shutter. Relock the door. Walk over to the window, because you can open it from the outside. So open it from the outside, toss the key in. And the only way that would be ruined by anybody is if they find it in the pocket of Gota. Because they can't really place it back in the pocket unless they ripped open his pocket, threw the key in, and then somehow sewed it from a distance outside the damn building. Jessica watched this while holding Maria's hand and looked over the thickets in the pitch-black rose garden. Somewhere in this darkness, somebody was hiding, watching to see whether we obeyed orders or not. Of course, when we pointed our flashlights out there, no suspicious silhouettes appeared. But somebody was surely out there, hiding and watching. I was hit many times with an urge to scream at them, but I was able to hold that urge back through reason. The 4 children left the area, repeatedly looking back over their shoulders. The light from the faint light bulb in the gardening storehouse was seeping out slightly. I wonder if this insane incident will come to an end somehow, so that we can meet those two again. To George, who had closed the shutter himself, the resistance of the lock had made it feel as though he'd killed them with his own hands. You still can. Again, maybe that's the test. Maybe Kinzo wants to see if you have the resolve to throw everybody else under the bus to become the leader. And we'll all go to the Golden Land! Yeah. Shut up, bitch. Urged on by George, everyone began walking towards the guest house. So wait, you want to be there when grandfather calls, when Kinzo calls, but the person who's watching is probably going to tell Kinzo, yeah, they're still out there talking. At that moment, Jessica turned in a circle facing towards the darkness of the rose garden and roared. Jessica's the new successor. Of course, there is no reply, only the howl of the wind and rain. The children returned to the guest house. She is showing resolve. She is showing that she don't give a fuck about these hostages. Your ass dying tonight, Kinzo. While fearing what was waiting for them up ahead. After they left, from the exact point in the darkness that Jessica had yelled at, 2 rabbit ears sprung up. First of all, she probably can't fucking see you. I don't know how this whole witch thing works. Number 7,532 in the pink there. Go tell Kinzo what Jessica told you to tell Kinzo. Oh yeah, son. There's like 7,000 rabbits. What? I said 7,000 rabbits. What? I need to finish this episode, Rock. I need to finish this more than you can imagine. The fact that they were being watched certainly seemed to be true. Because when they returned to the cousin's room, turned the lights on, and laid down on their beds, the phone rang again. Earlier, Jessica had been answering the phone, seeing as this was her house. But now it was the eldest George who picked it up. This time, Kairi-san was on the other end of the line. George handed it to Badler out of consideration. Yo, bitch, what's up? You understand you dying tonight. Jessica gonna come out there and kill you. Duel, one-on-one style. No, it's fucking terrible. Cannon's been standing in the corner muttering, I'm gonna fucking kill that bitch Gap. I'm gonna fucking kill her. The fact that they were hostages still unchanged. Kinzo, or one of his subordinates, was listening to the conversation. Bradley restrained the urge to talk about other things and focused on what Kairi had to say. Okay, I'm third. Well, really, I'm not third. Badler's third. Badler repeated it out loud so that the cousins listening in around him could hear. I can't wait for Jessica to just completely kill Kinzo by biting his ear off, Mike Tyson. Maria's a grandchild, isn't she? It makes sense they would choose a grandkid. Badler noticed the strange nuance in Kairi's words. Even without any blood connection, he could still understand thanks to the long-lasting bond they shared. At this point, it doesn't make sense to worry about the Ushiromiya family itself. That probably wasn't the message Kairi wanted to send. She probably meant there's no way for us to escape from this dungeon and we can only wait to be rescued. Our lives are in your hands. Something like that. And again, meanwhile, Ken and Shannon over there going, I'm gonna break those fucking bars and kill Gat myself. Badler, it's not a fight. You're not gonna fight the old man. So Kenzo, now you have two people. Even without Kairi having to repeat it, Badler's powerful declaration of war reached Kenzo's ears. Kenzo, that's not two people who are trying to absolutely demolish you. Maria can't because she's a kid and doesn't care. George doesn't want to because he's in the long haul. He's gonna put you in fucking prison by the time this is over. Unfortunately, Kenzo's voice was not picked up by the receiver. Therefore, Kairi spoke for him. The nuance of those words was, we've already given up, so forget about us. But for that very reason, I won't give up. I'll definitely crush this test or whatever and save everyone. Hold on, let me... Held the message for reason. Automod held the message for reason. Bullying. Allow will post it to chat. And that was figure it out yourself, bitch, Kairi to Badler. Thank you, Automod, when it's not even bullying. And I just added the permitted term bitch with exclamation mark. But not if, but, I'm just gonna continue. And that's when I run out of the bushes and stab her in the fucking stomach. Even Jessica's probably tempted to succumb to the fear of a girl her age. But she crushed those feelings and strengthened her resolve. George, you aren't supposed to be here. Get the fuck out. Leave. This isn't your test. Get the fuck out. They said alone, George. You're breaking the rules already. Badler, come on, man.
本当だよね。ああ、キリエさんたちはもう覚悟を決めている。
なら、なおのこと上等だぜ。みんなの命は私たちの双剣にかかってるってことだ。
How is it perfect?
人質みんなは囚われの身で何もできない。
I'd rather have the hostages be able to escape than not.
もし何かあったらゲストハウスに逃げ戻って、その時点で僕たちがおじい様のゲームに付き合うのは終了だ。
What the fuck are you gonna do, George?
その時点で僕たちは宣戦布告、どこかに閉じ込められている彼らを救い出し、おじい様にはしかるべき処遇を与える。
Good luck.
いいのか、兄貴。シャノンちゃんもいるんだろう。
Oh, George is ready.
僕は座して婚約者が
The only reason why George is saying it is for the sole fact that he is a stake in the
おじい
hostages.
様にシャノンが殺されるかもしれないことに怯えることじゃない。僕の婚約者に恐怖を味わわせたクソじじいを。君らが僕より
George is gonna kick some ass. Yeah, definitely. He's definitely gonna kick
な
ass.
るほどな。確かにこいつは
Never mind. Now he's got George on his ass too. And George earlier was like, I'm putting this fucker in prison. Now George is ready to kill. And when you get George ready to kill, you're done. George, Badler, and Jessica each forcefully nodded their heads and put their fists together. There's only one thing left to do. We take Jessica, we take George, we take Badler, and we take Maria. We send them to Kinzo. And we send George, Badler, and Jessica to fight Kinzo first. We kneel down to Maria. We reach into one of my many coats, and I pull out one of my many Glocks and give Maria the gun. And with their powers combined, Kinzo will be defeated. Give her the gun. Yes. One of my many of 10 Glocks that I sell on the side. We give her the gun. That is how we end it. She will sacrifice Kinzo herself if she has to in order to bring Beatrice back. So we frame it under the fact that if you kill this man, Beatrice will come back because he is the last sacrifice. So shoot him at wherever the last sacrifice place took care is. Whatever. Then Jessica headed off to her own room as designated. Her form disappeared into the darkness of the rose garden, waving in the strong winds. Watching her go, George and Badler gripped their fists even tighter, making them quiver. Left on the second floor, Maria watched Jessica's back through the window. She wore a blank expression. Oh, they're just gonna die. Jessica's form was already being completely swallowed up by the darkness. At that time, the phone began to ring again. Badler and George heard it and came clamoring back, but Maria picked up the receiver right away. Beatrice, is that you? This time it was Shannon on the phone. And this time the message was to tell the next person, George, where he was to go. Ah, so it isn't even she comes back. It's they all have to go at the same time. The next head. That's what I wish I would get. What? Of course, since the time of her birth, Jessica had been raised in this mansion. The atrophied Western-style house that the cousins called a mansion was her home. And yet she had never understood her cousin's feelings as much as she did today. At the same time, she had never felt her own home, which she knew well to be as alien as it seemed now. Her own room. This had once been her hideaway, the only place in this vast mansion where she could feel at peace. However, she had never felt as much pressure coming from that door as she did now. Oh god, it's a protractor and a TI-80! She acted tough, trying to deceive herself, trying to make herself believe that she wasn't scared of anything. Readying herself, she opened the door to her room. Resident Evil style door opening. Everything looks fairly in place. When she saw that, fortunately, the room didn't appear to be messed up, she relaxed. No one was there. Of course, there was nowhere for anyone to hide here. Right away, Jessica locked the door behind her. Why the fuck would you do that? You just cut off your escape point because now you gotta unlock the door. Let's say a man with a knife busts through that window right by her bed. Now she has to run to the door, unlock it, and then leave. I'd leave the door open. This way, the room was safe. The room is not safe. Some dude could be small enough to hide under that bed. In fact, contortionists could hide in that drawer. She peeked under the bed and in the closet, but of course no one was hiding. She looked at the clock. It was just past 23:10. As her tension lessened and fatigue came back to her entire body, she realized how messed up this whole day had been. It was still about 2300. The plan had been for all the cousins to gather, have fun playing around, and talk animatedly about various things together into the night. Never lock your bedroom door. Sean, 2022. Well, I didn't say that. I said leave the door open. You could still lock it. It just won't do anything because the door's open. Except if you're a woman and you live in a rough neighborhood, and that's as far as I'm going with that, because people are freaks. And you can quote me on this. You know what? I don't even know what the quote I was going to say was, because it was from a video. And I forget what the quote was. So, I can't say the quote, because I forget it. We're just going to continue. Normally, we would have been doing that kind of thing right now. Why has that turned into this? That old bastard. She shook her head back and forth with anger and sadness. But there is no one here to direct those emotions at. Because of the lock, this room's security was guaranteed. Remembering that one more time, Jessica somehow regained her calm. If it keeps up like this and nothing happens, I want to go to the dining hall and see Mom's dead face. Even the Goda emphasized so strongly that it was gruesome and that I definitely shouldn't go to look at it. Even so, I wanted to see her face at the end. But we were warned repeatedly that stepping out of line even a little would put the hostages in danger. Could it be that locking the door was also against the rules? If I close myself up in here, I alone might be saved. But if I don't open it, it'll surely be against the rules, and Dad, Kanan-kun, Shannon, Aunt Kyrie, and Dr. Nanjo will be killed. There's no way the scales will balance out between 5 lives and my own 1 life. Jessica tightly shut her eyes, resisting the other part of herself that said, "Isn't it okay as long as I stay alive?" Faced the door and made to unlock it. At that time, a crisp applause rang out, making Jessica's heart leap. Oh, yes! The clap is well deserved! And we get hit with fishy aroma. I'm getting double gifts. No, don't question it. I, the owner of this room, searched everywhere a human could have been hiding. Where did this man come from? There's no need to worry about him. Renov, chill. He ain't gonna do nothing. We don't need to question where he came from. We just need to accept what he's about to say. There's nowhere for a human to hide. But could something non-human have managed it? This was supposedly my first meeting with this largely built middle-aged man. I didn't recognize this guy who looked like a butler and bore the crest of the one-winged eagle. The 27th of the 72. Renault shows up at your bedroom out of nowhere. What you doing? I'm getting prepared. And prepared for what? It's for you to decide. All I can say is it might involve roses. And petals on the bed. Vessel? Okay, are you broken, Matt Hardy? You got the hair of him. It's time for the main event? At Renault's elegant gesture, like that of a butler ordering for a meal to be set out. Many gold butterflies flew up out of nowhere. Talking over super important dialogue as per usual. Foul. I can still talk and read, can't I? It literally was him and Genji are like brothers. They're like the same person. I will go back and I will show you that I understood that. They're exactly like the same person. That's essentially what that is. Like, I understood that. I got that. I got that. I'm like, I don't know what you want me to do with this, but I got it. It's in there. I didn't read, or perhaps he was my true form while in this world. I read the vessel part, but still, it still got, like, it's still clear. I'm good. I'm good. As the cloud of gold butterflies spun around in a small swirl, they gathered in one place. I gotta make this entertaining somehow. Then that golden mound disappeared like a pile of leaves blown away by a cold wintry wind. And there lay a western envelope with the one-winged eagle crest drawn on it in gold leaf. With a gesture, Renov urged her to pick it up. Jessica timidly did so and opened the letter inside. Also, I will say this, she confused the two names together because they sound similar, I'm assuming. Or, in fact, he's not Renov. His name is just Genji's name. All you need is graph paper and a pencil. Alright, what's the question? I'll answer this question fucking great. Shaking, Jessica looked between the paper and Noah's face several times. What's the question? At that time, George had been called out after Jessica could be seen in the arbor of the rose garden. If things had gone normally, he had planned to give Shannon the ring that would be proof of their engagement here, at this time, on this day, entirely localized in your arbor. Yes. But the woman in front of George now was not Shannon. It was Mrs. Side Boob. George picked up the western envelope which was on the table where he had once had tea with Shannon, and read its contents. Perhaps its message was short. After glancing at it, George's eyes grew sharp. Now the main question is, am I ever gonna know of these questions? I'd love it if every question was different. George lowered his eyes to the surface of the letter, once again examining its contents. It's gonna be some stupid shit like, do you think you are worth 10 billion yen? George and Jessica. While the tests given to them were slightly different, they were almost exactly the same.
以下に掲げる3つのうち
Okay.
2つを得るために1つを生贄に捧げよう
Okay. Who are the three?
どれを見殺しに選ぶか自ら決めなさい
That's easy. That's easy. I can do this real fast.
テストは中断私の手であなたをこの場で殺してしまってもいいって許可を
George answered the question.
それさえ
If you want to see Shannon,
4択ね私君みたいなこと遊ぶのは随分
so you need to answer the question. If you want to see Shannon.
この3択はあくまでもテストなのかそれとも選択は結果を伴うのか
何を甘えて
That's classified.
君が選択したものは必ず命を落とす
Among the three mentioned below, in order to gain 2, sacrifice 1. Your life. Shannon's life. Everyone else's lives. Ooh. Ooh, that's a spicy question for George. I know what he's gonna fucking pick. I already know what he's gonna pick. Just based off of the opening and seeing an image of George dead, when I haven't seen George fully dead yet, he's picking his own life. That is my deduction from that opening. He's picking his own life. And to be honest, that fits his character anyway. Who would I pick? Oh, I have no stake in it, so fuck it, Shannon. They want reasoning? Because fuck it, Shannon. If you not choose one, all of the above will be lost. So, he's dying anyway.
シャノンの名がここにあるんだ
Why do you think?
2番目の選択肢にはそのものが最も必要とする愛する者の名がジェシカへの
Oh, for Badler, it's gonna be Ange in that second spot.
このバカな問題をジェシカにも出したのか
ジェシカのことなんかどうでもいいでしょ今試されて
Jessica might say everyone else.
実に
She definitely wouldn't fucking say canon.
他の2つのためにどれを捨
I mean, it is George. Just say it.
でしょそれでも決まらないならコインでも貸してあげようかしら
A coin wouldn't help.
コイン2面しかないものでどうやって3択を
自分の命を捨てられる者がいるわけがない
George
やめ
would.
ればおのずと残る選択肢は2つになる愛する者のために全ての人間を諦めるか一人でも多くを救うために愛する者一人を諦めるか
The real answer is everyone because, again, Kinzo, that's what he did.
今やこの六軒島は悪魔の島ですもの人間の世界の甘ったるい慣れ合いなんて必要ないの誰も責めないわあなたに心の赴くままに後ろ宮家の家督を継ぐにふさわしい資格が自らにあるかを問いながらいいえ自らが後ろ宮家当主であると思って選択なさい
Jessica crumpled the letter up and threw it on the floor. Oh, Jessica, you just fucked up. You're supposed to answer the question, not completely throw it away like it's trash. I'm sorry if Renov didn't make that clear enough for you, you dumb bitch. It is actually quite humorous to give those people that question. It's a nice would you rather question. It's a nice hypothetical. Even though it's not hypothetical. Is it bad that I might... I'm not choosing myself. I'm gonna be honest. You know what? That's a very weird comparison, Renov. You lost a few rep points there with that one. Cheese fondue is so good, though. Well, isn't cheese fondue literally chocolate and cheese? Chocolate and cheese is good. You ever had chocolate and then Cheez-Its? There's your proof. I already know I would like cheese fondue because it's literally chocolate and cheese. I think. Right? Am I right? Or it's literally cheese but with chocolate. Or is it just cheese? What the fuck is cheese fondue? There is no chocolate. See, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about anymore. I knew I was saying something wrong there. What the fuck is cheese fondue? It's obviously cheese. What the fuck? It's bread and cheese. What the fuck am I thinking? Chocolate? Is that... I think I'm just thinking a chocolate fountain. I'm looking this up. No, I might be thinking of chocolate fondue. That's what I combined them both. You said Cheez-Its have chocolate in them too. What the fuck? They do not. No, I did not say that. I said, you ever ate chocolate and then eat Cheez-Its? Cheez-Its do not have chocolate in them. To be honest, if I said Cheez-Its have chocolate in them, and then I looked it up and saw that Cheez-Its did not have chocolate in them, I'm not eating Cheez-Its anymore. But no, so here's what happened. I got chocolate and cheese fondue combined. That's what I was thinking. Whereas chocolate fondue is strawberries and chocolate, cheese fondue is bread and cheese. That's my bad. I got them mixed. Okay, so we can see the different I mean, we already knew the different personalities of these two, but this is really putting into perspective their personalities. Renov is a gentleman who cares. Gap is a asshole who's like, fuck everybody. I care about myself. I hope Badler wins. Jessica's gonna take a fucking swing at him. That scene was observed through the magic crystal ball Kenzo held. So you're a fucking fortune teller now. Kenzo finally couldn't hold it back and spreading his arms and facing the heavens began laughing in an explosive voice. It kinda is. This is something that you need to do. Like this. This is just a question you say an answer for. He turned to face the Chester sisters who had been waiting on him. It is everybody! Everybody on the list! Exactly. They need to choose if they want to live. Unless they choose number one, which they do not live, but at least they answered a question. You'd sacrifice Kinzo! Of course, the masochist rabbit would want to die. There's no way she doesn't enjoy getting hung if she's hung that much. Okay, we got it. She's fucking stupid. Hold on, we're in a new chapter. I'm going to look at the characters. When are you fucking dead? I just look at all of them just in case. Oh, yes. Wait, let me check the tips. I don't remember this being ever said. A communication booklet is a notebook which elementary schoolers in Japan take to school with them, used as... I read this. When the fuck did I read this? Oh, was this... This was the last episode, wasn't it? But not. Lamau, I don't remember, but I did read this. I know I read this, but I swear it was this. This wasn't here until now. What the fuck? We're just gonna continue. We're just gonna continue. Bad answer with Kinzo. He loves Beatrice.
2番の選択肢を愛するものではなく、そなたが愛したものの思い出に変えようではないか。どうかこれでももう一度選べるか。
Yes.
何が愛してるものに大した価値はないだ、愚かなウサギよ。自らの愛の深さにも向かい合えぬクズめ。選んでみよ。愛したものを忘れられると選んでみや。選べるだろう。選べるものな。ほら。
Correct. I picked number 2.
選べるって言ってみろよ。
選べるであります。選べるであります。
ゴールドスミス卿、それくらいでどうかお許しを。
もうよいわ、クズウサギどもめ。
You're the one who summoned them.
マルギリアのところへ行き、地下牢の見張りを手伝うのだ。消えよ。
The Chester sisters, with their respective old wounds of the heart gouged out, escaped by disappearing. After that, even though there was no one to hear, Kinzo continued talking by himself as though in a play.
とこのように愉快なテストなわけだ。実のところを言えば、これが正解という選択肢はない。むしろどの答えであろうともよどみなく素早く、そして確固たる信念と揺るがぬ強き自らの意志で選べるかどうか、その理由と意志の方が重要なのだ。私はそれを知りたいのだよ。
So for Maria, is it gonna be your life, Sakutaro,
お前
and
たちが
everybody?
どのような答えを見せてくれるのか、実に楽しみだ。ん？私か。ああ、もちろん同じ問いを突きつけられたことが
Who are you talking to?
その悪魔の問いに見事答えたからこそ、私は黄金と名誉とあの魔女を我が物とすることができたのだよ。私が選んだ答えはどれか言うまでもないよな。なあ。
さて、そろそろ答えは決まりましたでしょうか？
As Jessica stared at the letter that had been crushed and lay on the floor, she hung her head in constant silence. All that filled the room was the stir from wind and rain shaking the treetops. Regardless how noisy that was, it actually made the stillness more apparent. Ranulph waited for Jessica's answer. However, Jessica didn't answer. Whether she was lost in deep thought or had stopped thinking, Ranulph couldn't tell. No, he might actually have known. But cruelly like a demon, Ranulph urged Jessica to voice it.
どれも選べないというなら、そのお命、せめて痛みがないよう安らかに頂戴させていただきますが、さて。
せよ。
Whoa, she chose herself!
聞こえかねました。もう一度お願いできますかな？
Jessica lifted her face and looked straight into Ranulph's eyes. It seemed that she had decided on her answer.
殺せよ。
Jessica said it one more time, clearly. Perhaps Ranulph had imagined that this would be her answer from the very beginning. Without any surprise, he smiled lightly and nodded.
ジェシカ様なら、そのお答えを選ぶと思っておりました。さて、このテストは、どの選択肢が正解、不正解というものではありません。重要なのは、どのような考えを経て、その答えに至ったか、という部分です。さあ、 ジェシカ様の、そして次期当主としての心構えを持って、それをお答えください。
別に死にたくて1番目を選んだわけじゃないさ。2番のカノン君を死なせること、こんなのもちろん論外だから除外。3番のその他みんなの命、こんなのももちろん論外だから除外。そしたら1番目の選
That's.
択肢しか残らない。
I mean, I could use the same logic for. Okay, that. A very bad reason. After chuckling slightly, Renov dropped his gaze. A human couldn't even imagine what answer a demon would have been expecting. All she could understand was that this was apparently slightly below Renov's expectations. Yeah, your answer's kinda shit, but I'll take it. Hey, that's a pass.
自信を持って選べみたいなこと言っておいて、そうしてやったら失望とは。
Well, I mean, it was a terrible answer.
消去法というだけではないようですね。いずれにせよ、落第点ですが。
60% does not fail, is it?
伺いましょう。
死にたくないさ。だから1番なんて誰だって選びたくない。人は幸せに生きたくて生の限りをあがいてるんだぜ。だから本当はまず1番目なんてありえないはずなんだ。
しかしあなたは1番目の選択肢、自分の命を捨てることを選んだ。その選択肢しか残らなかった。
一応それぞれの選択肢を選んだ後の未来のことを考えてみたぜ。
ほう、いかがでしたか？
まずカノン君を死なせてみた。私は自分の大好きな人を見捨ててまで生きる残りの生涯を想像してみた。
それはどんな生涯でしたか？
Amazing. Absolutely fantastic.
最低の女だった。いつまでも自らの選択を悔やみ、ただ後悔だけのために生きるみすぼらしい女だった。大好きな人を見捨てて生きることを選んだ最低の女なんて私には許せない。私が自ら引導を渡してやる。
勇ましい。では3番目の選択肢も考えられたのでは？
あ、私とカノン君以外の全員を死なせても見た。カノン君はそんな私を好きになるはずはない。そして私もまたいくらカノン君がいてもそのために見捨てた大勢の命が生涯十字架となってのしかかってきた。そしてその十字架はカノン君にまでのしかかった。私はカノン君に十字架を背負わせるために愚かな選択肢を選んだりはしない。もしそんなことをする私がいたなら、私はその未来の私を許さない。
It's all about you, is it?
私が引導を渡してやる。
Jessica had pictured it in her mind. The future of her beyond each of the three choices. There were three Jessicas. Of the three, two had regrets. Only one could hold her head high and smile like Cannon. And that one's fucking dead. And the only reason why she's smiling is because she was embalmed and her face got put into a smile.
生意気にもカノン君に説教をしたことがあるぜ。自分の人生を思い切り生きてみろみたいなこと。
自分の人生を思い切り生きる。味わいある言葉ですね。それは意外にとても難しいものです。
だからさ、私が胸を張ってカノン君に見せなきゃならないんだよ。胸を張ってお天道様を真正面から見て思い切り笑顔でいられる生き方ってやつを。
あなたの自己犠牲をカノンは受け入れられるでしょうか？あなたの身勝手な選択が余計に彼を傷つけてしまうことには思いが
だから伝言を頼みたい。
ほう、お聞きはしますが、何しろ私は悪魔です。約束は守らないかもしれませんよ。
守って。約束。
Jessica spoke that looking quite unconcerned. She had asked the demon who was about to take her life to pass on a message, and she didn't think at all that she would be betrayed. Let me wink at this demon to get him to tell Canon my message. Yeah, that's how demons work. Cheers. That extremely innocent smile, Renov closed his eyes lightly and shrugged his shoulders. Yeah,
いいでしょう。それで、彼に何と伝えればよろしいですか？
This could be some sappy shit like I love you.
カノン君の思いっきりの人生を生きて。ちょっと違う。
Dude, actually, was this being transmitted to them the whole time?
は未だに教えてもらえないけど、本当のカノン君の人生を思いっきり生きて、そう伝えて。お嬢。
What the fuck is his actual name?
ジェシカ、お前というやつは。
炉の上は気まぐれですから、伝言をしなかった可能性もありました。幸運でしたね。私がこの光景を見せていて。
Virginia, don't be nice now. A musty three-sided mirror was set beyond the bars, and the scene with Jessica was reflected on it. On the next mirror, the scene with George was reflected in the same way. None of them questioned how a three-sided mirror had appeared from a group of butterflies. Wait, three-sided? How the fuck is a mirror? What? Nor did they wonder why these scenes with Jessica and George were reflected on it. Because the reflected scenes themselves were more important.
そこまでこいつのために命をも投げ出せるというのか。
申し訳ありません。
Krauss looked at Cannon with a complicated expression mixed in with a bitter smile. Cannon wouldn't meet his eyes.
ワルギリア様。お嬢様が命を落とされ。
Virginia, can you tell her not to? Oh my god, he's... I don't think she can do that. I don't know if that's a thing that can happen.
その願いを私に叶えることはできませんよ。これはジェシカの選んだ自らの選択なのですから。
At that time, suddenly the air split and the Chester sisters appeared, flying into Virginia's chest. He's being beat to bleach.
私だって待ってるのであります。
Shut up. You. They probably already have done that to you. Virginia, who still didn't have a clue what was going on, was mobbed by the sobbing Chester sisters.
はいはい、大丈夫ですよ、大丈夫ですよ。泣かないで、泣かないで。美味しいお紅茶を入れてあげますからね。お前たち、ここの見張りを任せます。不審な真似をしたらすぐに知らせるのですよ。
The goat attendants all faced each other, nodding their heads. Virginia took the Chester sisters and left. The sounds of them going upstairs could be heard, so they had probably gone to an upper floor. Well, now it's even harder to get the fuck... How is this your chance? You got 3 yoinked goat demons standing outside the damn cell, and now you think you can go? Kairi realized that an opportunity had arrived, but even so, she hadn't thought of a way to break the metal bars. The Jessica reflected on the three-sided mirror had her eyes closed as though in contemplation. The way she had both hands stuck into her pockets, wanting to be defiant until the very end, might have been her own aesthetic stance.
私の言い分は以上だ。殺せ。
わかりました。それでは、ご安心を。あなたへの死は、どんな眠りよりも優しく、慈悲深いものにいたし
Target locked and scope for destruction. Take the dog to hell. Kraus, let's calm down for a second and let me tell you what's happening. As Renault raised his palm, he slowly approached Jessica. Now you can scream. Realizing that his daughter was about to be killed, Kraus was half mad and repeatedly body slammed the metal bars. The goats looked like they were sneering at how a mere human didn't stand a chance at breaking those bars. Kraus's pointless efforts certainly may have been comical, but Kraus was giving it everything he had. He was now living with all he had as Jessica's father so that he could save her. Cannon made tight fists with both hands. Cannon, break these bars down and then have the goat demons run in and just full on stomp the absolute living shit out of you. If he used his cursed power, he might be able to cut through even metal bars. But there are goats. There was no way he could defeat 3 of them in an instant. It would instantly be reported, and then even Virginia and the Chester sisters would probably dash in. Even if he could break the bars, that would be the end of it. It was useless. Cannon already knew that the witch sneered at useless efforts like that, so he could do nothing but stare at Kraus's repeated body slams. Shannon, who had been looking at the 3-side mirror, raised her voice. When they looked, they could see George, who had been silent the whole time, lift his face. It seemed that George had also decided on an answer. Kill everybody!
決まった君の答え。
ああ、決まったよ。
それは揺るぎない答え。
ああ、揺るぎないね。
なら聞かせて。
Yeah, what's your answer? Let me guess.
ああ、ちなみにジェシカはどうも自分の命を差し出すことを選んだようよ。まさか優柔不断な君も同じ答えを選んだって言うんじゃないでしょうか。
Sorry to disappoint,
ジェ
bitch.
シカはジェシカの答えを出したのさ。それがどの選択であろうとも、それはジェシカの答えだ。僕の答えに何も干渉しないよ。
そう。なら改めて聞くわ。以下に掲げる3つのうち2つを得るために1つを生贄に捧げる。1、自分の命。2、シャノンの命。3、それ以外の全員の命。あなたが選んだのはどれ？まさかジェシカと同じ1番？
違うね。
Holy fuck, wait. Gap looked a little surprised, because she had thought this timid-looking man would obviously choose that option. I thought he would too. They fucking swerved me. They got me good.
ならよかったわ。私にとって一番退屈な選択肢が外れてくれてよかった。じゃあ、まさかとは思うけど、2番シャノンの命を見捨ててみせる？
Wrong again.
まさか今夜まさに婚約指輪を贈ろうという相手を。
He's killing everybody. You know what? Shouts out. That's my boy George. That's my boy George.
君の答えなの。
そうさ。僕の答えは3番さ。
George, my man! George took the third option. Everyone else's lives. Cause everybody dies! Unsurprisingly, Gap hadn't imagined that he'd give an answer like that. She had been sure that he'd choose the same one as Jessica. So she was interested in how he had reached that answer. How he had reached an answer that had surpassed the imagination of the 33rd ranked of the 72 demons.
聞かせてほしいわ。
Where she is number 1 of the 722 lesser demons that exist.
自分と愛する婚約者だけが無事で、それ以外の全てを犠牲にできる境地というのを聞かせてほしいわ。あなたもジェシカと同じで消去法というやつ？
違うね。はっきりこれしか僕には選択肢がないのさ。
自分さえ良ければいいと？愛する女と引き換えに世界を犠牲にできると？
君は何を言っているんだい？
何？
George faced the demon as he spoke, almost as though he was disgusted.
僕は今夜ここにシャノンを呼び出し、婚約の証である指輪を渡すつもりだった。僕とシャノンの婚約を祝福しない者もきっと多いだろう。僕は彼女との婚約を宣言することで親族すべてを敵に回すと覚悟していた。僕にはあるんだよ、この島に訪れたその時から。いや違う、彼女に婚約したいと打ち明けたその時からね。
結婚さえできれば他の何もかも犠牲にできると。
結婚とは自分は生涯妻の味方であり続けるということだ。僕にはその時点で彼女のために世界の全てを敵に回す覚悟があるんだ。
Those words of this three-sided mirror also reached Shannon's ears, and that determination reached her eyes. Shannon certainly had promised to be given an engagement ring tonight. Then this incident had occurred and she hadn't been able to receive the ring. But now, even though it wasn't in the form of a ring, Shannon had received something even greater. And as proof of that, a single tear with the same sparkle as a diamond dripped down.
それはなんともふるった答えだことね。なるほど。よく考えたら君にこれは気楽な選択肢だわ。だって君の両親は第一の晩にすでに殺されちゃってるんだもんね。今さら君にとって死んで困る人間は誰もいない。なるほどね。これは簡単な選択だったわ。
何とでも言うがいい。これが僕の、そして僕の次期当主としての覚悟と選択だ。
The sparkle in George's eyes was brilliantly sharp. For just an instant, Gat felt the same sense of threat as Kinzo's and was slightly overwhelmed.
なるほど。ゴールドスミスと同じ答え。というわけ。君もあどけなさそうな顔して。将来はとんだ悪魔になるわけね。なんだ。私たちとてもうまくやれそうじゃない。君がゴールドスミスの後を継ぐ。そしてやがては私は召喚され。
I would absolutely despise that if I was George.
面白いかもしれないわね。
Gap had need to change her opinion of George. This man bore determination and resolve unimaginable from his outward appearance, and not just now, but since the very beginning.
僕には今すぐ当主を継承する覚悟がある。いや違うね。君はこのテストを当主として考えろと言った。だから僕は自分が当主であると前提して答えたんだ。いや、それすら違う。当主そのものとして考えた。僕は今後宮家の当主なんだ。
見事だわ。そこまで言えるなんてね。
So is that how that works?
かなりの大物だわ。バトラとマリアのテストはまだだけど、私は君が合格でいい気がする。でもその答えがかけねなしの本当のものならね。
僕の覚悟を疑うというのか。
君が選んだ選択肢を実行できる？今すぐ自らの手でこの島に存在するすべての命を生贄に捧げることができる？自らの手でよ。
できるね。その覚悟はあると僕は何度も言っている。
George is a different beast?
ならば今すぐゲストハウスに戻り、バトラとマリアを殺しなさい。それが終わったら他の人質たちも連れてきてあげる。君の手でシャノン以外の全員をその目の前で処刑。
Well, Badler and Maria still got a test to go.
できるね。僕の覚悟は君程度のそれとは レベルが違う。
George is playing into their hands
ならば実
on a
行する
strategical level.
新しき後宮家の当主としてこの血塗られた儀式の遂行を。
了解したよ。実行する。僕は今やもう後宮家の当主。
George is on a different level.
ええ、そうよ。自らの手でその玉座を赤く染めなさい。君は悪魔たちを滑る魔界の王となる。
Gap was convinced this man truly was fitting to succeed Kinzo's madness.
吹けよ嵐、鳴らせよ雷鳴。新しき魔王の誕生を祝うがいい。
Wait,
悪魔の島は
Finn Balor is here.
新しい王を迎えた。
Balor is here. In response to the demon's call, a tempest raged more and more. Then a massive lightning bolt fell, its tearing thunder and brilliant light giving the sensation of a moment of silence.
でさ、その殺害の順番だけど、僕が決めていいわけだよ。
So George is involved now.
どうぞご自由に。新しき六軒島の魔王陛下。
Then I choose Kinzo.
心の赴くままに。
とりあえずさ、その一番目が君になるわけだけど。いい
Oh shit! George going nuts. A gust of wind blew, stirring up George's jacket as if it was a cloak. It was very much like the cloak worn by the head. It definitely carried that impression of dignity. At that time, Gap truly did see the storm wiped away and the sky covered with a pure white and vast full moon. The man who called himself the new head bore the full moon on his back and sneered at the demon.
後宮家親族のすべての命さえも今や僕の財産だ。
George going fucking wild. He's wild.
それに損害を出してくれた賠償、安くは済まないよ。
He is best character of this episode.
まさか僕の両親に夏日おばさん、ルドルフおじさん、ローザおばさん、そして源氏さんの命を奪っておいて、この僕が見逃すと本気で思ってるのかい。
はは生意気よ。
Renov was trying to press his palm against Jessica's chest and stop her heart. But right before he could, his hand stopped. On the carpet at their feet, 1, 2 small red flowers bloomed with a plop plop. The seed of those flowers was way up high, piercing into the heavens on Jessica's fist. What the fuck? They going nuts out here. What the fuck? Renault's nose was stained red with spewing blood. Holy shit! Oh, what song was this? Open Fire. This song is going hard right now. And those drops have been dripping onto the carpet.
ちなみにさっきのは乙女としての回答だ。
This beat Fishy Aroma. Open Fire just beat Fishy Aroma.
次期当主としての回答は別だぜ。
This song got stink.
大好きな人も家族も親族も
My god, they going nuts. Jessica and George, best characters. Fuck you, Renov. This is all.
それは私の責務だ。お父さんは威張ってるだけじゃない。私は母さんを守ってた。後宮家を受け継ぐ重圧ってやつと何十年も戦ってた。だからわかるぜ。次期当主ってのはな、軽くねえんだよ。だからさ、捨てられるんだよ。自分の命くらい簡単にかけられちまうんだよ。
Jessica knew. She knew that in order to protect her family, her father had bluffed and fought alone continuously. Jessica understood something that his back had been telling her. Another left straight was buried into Renault's face. That terrifying strike wasn't due just to the blast knuckles she was using. She's got the knucks! It was the strike of a person, a family head who could throw away everything in order to protect.
父さんが次期投手の資格を失ったなら順当に次の投手は私が継承するぜ。後宮家投手後宮ジェシカ、これ以上好きにさせるほどふぬけちゃいねえぜ。
素晴らしい回答です。先ほどの点数を改めましょう。
100.
その回答に10
Oh, 70.
見事な左ストレート
80.
10点プラス。
ってことはあと20点プラスで100。
You were at 80. When the fuck did you get to 80? As Renov jumped backwards, somersaulting in midair, he violently wiped away the blood pouring from his nose. It had become not blood, but petals of a red rose. The blood on his face was wiped off, and in its place was a grin filled with the delight he hadn't felt in so many centuries that he couldn't remember.
ジェシカ様の覚悟、満点に値するかどうか、この世の上、試させていただきますよ。
うぜえぜ、かかってきやがれ。
おいで。
Why'd you stop the music? Abyss! Suddenly, beneath George's feet, a pitch-black pitfall opened its mouth wide. Of course, George had no way of resisting. After being swallowed up by that, George fell out of a pitch-black hole that had opened up in the ceiling of the arbor. I'm gonna have to check the footage on that one. For the sole fact, first of all, thumbnail. Second of all, I know she's not wearing anything but that dress. As George fell down, he was hit by a reverse roundhouse kick from a sharp stiletto heel like a strike from a carefully aimed bee. Very fucking specific. The instant George, after being blown out of the arbor, thought that he'd be swallowed up by a rosebush. Another pitch-black hole opened there and swallowed George up. At this time, the pitch-black hole opened at Gap's feet before her eyes, spitting a defenseless George out of it. At that time, Gap had already finished the preparatory motions for the next reverse roundhouse kick. Okay, never mind. Something's blocking it. Alright. Right side of the head. Below the right armpit. Side of the right knee. As Gap danced and spun like a small cyclone, she kept hitting him left foot, right foot, left foot, right foot with successive roundhouse kicks. The fourth one became a sweep, cutting George's feet out from under him and making him fall down. But of course, there was no floor there but a pitch-black hole, and George was swallowed up once again. Gap once again spun around like a small cyclone. George was once again spat out from the ceiling of the arbor.
食らって噛み締めなさい。奈落の終点が一撃。死ね。
Better thumbnail. Also thumbnail, potentially. The sharp strike of the queen bee pierced the heavens like a rising cyclone. It kicked through George's lower chest as he fell from the ceiling. And then, time froze. George was pinned in midair by Gap's raised leg. Still pinned in midair, George moaned. Then Gap, with George still hung up on her foot, grinned.
認めてあげるわ。君の態度だけは一人前よ。でも、力が伴わなきゃダメだわ。知ってる？
How do you expect me to have power against a person who can make fucking portals?
一つは権力、一つは財力、最後は何か知ってる？
本で読んだよ。暴力だよ。
正解。君にはそれが足りないわ。
Gap finally released George. She kicked upwards one more time, changing it into another roundhouse kick and knocking him into a pillar.
権力を伴わない王者にも、財力を伴わない王者にも、そして暴力を伴わない王者にも、人は誰も恐れない。金蔵はその3つを兼ね備えたわ。だからこそ、暴君として君臨した。 君も金蔵の後継者を名乗るならば、その貫禄を見せてごらんなさい。ほら、いつまで寝ているの？立ちなさい。じゃないとまた落ちるわよ。
悪くない動きですよ。しかしレディーには少々ふさわしくないかと存じますよ。
いやー、ひょろひょろとちょこまかと
Thumbnail. Just that part though.
反撃してこねえのかよ。なめてんのか、うぜえやつ。
For the Nux. Renov dodged skillfully, jumped back, and avoided Jessica's fist. But he still didn't strike back himself. Because of his dodge that was as rapid as a fluttering flag blown by strong winds, Jessica's fist wasn't even able to touch him. Amidst the sensation that their own blood was boiling, Jessica regained her offensive composure. Even though this room was large for her bedroom, it was a very cramped place to keep up such exaggerated dodges in for long. She calmly realized that and started using not just her fists, but her legs as well. Thumbnail. Better thumbnail.
ボクシングは腕でやるだけのうちは堪能なんです。腕は熱く吠えたける獅子のように、そして足は冷たく獲物を狙って追い詰める蛇のように。
蛇に足はねえぜ。
確かに。
Your legs have got to be like snakes. Jessica began cornering Renov towards the wall with perfect footwork. Your legs have got to be like snakes. Snakes don't have legs! You completely missed my fucking analogy, though. She didn't let him get around to her. Renault's magnificent dodges looked flashy, but they needed a large footing. Once cornered, he wouldn't be able to dodge anymore. Jessica knew the characteristics of her weapon, the brass knuckle, very well. This powerful weapon's most notable characteristic was how it didn't give the opponent a chance to defend. Even if they blocked with their arm, that arm would receive direct damage. If it hit the wrong way, it might even break the bone. So she cornered him. With this fist, she'd whittle away at this demon who lost any way to escape.
おっと。おや、いつも。
ようやくを詰めたぜ。みんなを捕らえている場所はどこだ。クソジジイのいる場所はどこだ。洗いざらい喋ってら、そのヒゲをむしり取るだけで勘弁してやるぜ。
それは困ります。これでもセットに毎朝1時間をかけているのですから。
ギブスの世話になったら
That's too long for a mustache.
もうできねえな。
Thumbnail. Renov had blocked Jessica's fist with his arm. He tried to act as though it was no big deal, but it must have hurt a lot. Jessica grinned. Renov smiled the same way, but twitched slightly.
なるほど。
What the fuck do I add here?
最終勧告。泣いて詫びろ。
それはできませんね。キャラが崩れます。
なら、お前が崩れ落ちるといいぜ。鶴瓶打ちだ。
Rapid fire! This is when you hear ora 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 ora. You hear JoJo reference. Jessica's fists were buried into Renov. But there was a resistance that seemed too hard and the sound of breaking glass which startled Jessica. At a glance, it looked like Renov had caught Jessica's fist with his palm. That wasn't quite true. When Renov opened his hand, a faint purple glowing barrier like a glass shield appeared, stopping the attack by a hair's breadth. Pulling herself together, Jessica let her fist fly again, but with a truly magnificent gesture, Renov caught all of them.
悪魔ですので、この程度の魔法くらいは、それにしてもなかなかやりますね。人間だったら私はここで降参だったでしょう。悪魔だからまだ戦い続けることができる。
おかしな真似を。
それで終わりですか。攻撃 撃を繰り出すばかりで、ご自身の防御がおろそかではありませんか。
Renault's palm shot to within a hair's breadth of Jessica's stomach. Jessica was knocked away by the purple shield, rolled backwards, and smashed her head on the bed.
人間ごとき、私のシールドは破れません。
I am no mere human. I am the greatest martial artist known to man. So, have at ye.
もう二度と私の体に触れることができると思うことです。
ならよ、そのシールドごとぶち抜いてやるぜ。
不屈な刀、その根性。なるほど、次期当主として実にふさわしい。もう少しお相手させていただきましょうかね。これも試験官の役得です。
砕けろー。
Gap looked down on George, sneering. George was on a path in the rose garden, lying face down in a puddle. The merciless rain beat down on him, so it looked as though even the heavens were mocking him. Wow, is George dead this fast? Man, at least Jessica put up a fucking fight. George just got tossed around like he was a bag of potatoes.
立ちなさい。また落ちるわよ。
George stood up shakily. It seemed his spirit hadn't given in, but the damage done to his body was fairly significant.
命乞いなさい。君のしていることは何も選ばない。4番目の
No, he made his choice. He said number 3, and he's choosing you to die. Yes.
3番目の選択肢で
You're included in everyone. Do you not understand? You are technically a different person. You are everyone.
そしたら君を地下牢へ案内してあげる。そこで君は愛するシャノンと非力な自分のために他の人質たちを一人ずつ殺していくの。できるわよね。その覚悟はあると君は豪語したわ。
George didn't answer, but his gaze was still obstinately resisting surrender.
あまり強情が過ぎると今度こそ奈落の底の底まで。
Gap's strength was evident. That was probably clear even more than it was to George himself. To Shannon's group watching through the three-sided mirror.
庄司様。もうやめて。私なんかのために。
姉さん。
私のことなんて好きにならなければ、ジョージ様は誰とも戦わなくていいんでしょ。なら、私なんて捨ててください。忘れてください。
There was no way that voice could have reached George. But even so, George answered.
嫌だね。
I could sense her psychic energy.
僕は屈服しない。
へえ、どうして？
それが僕の覚悟だからだ。僕はシャノンのために全てと戦う。そして全てに認めさせ、全てに僕たちを祝福させる。
ねえ、聞かせて。どうしてあのシャノンとかいう家具のためにそこまで言えるの？あんなのただの出来損ないじゃない。給仕一つ満足にできないガラクタ家具だわ。
愛する女性への暴言を僕はそれ以上許さない。
だったら何？ひ弱な僕ちゃんが私にどう抗うというのかしら。
人を愛するとは強さだ。それを知ったから僕は強くなれた。シャノン、僕は君を愛している。その言葉だけで僕は何度でも立ち上がれるんだ。
シャノンは地下牢よ。 私に愛を語られても。
いや、伝わった。それが愛だからだ。シャノンには今僕の言葉が聞こえているよ。そうだと信じられることこそが愛だ。
こいつ。
シャノン、君は家具なんかじゃない。家具だったとしても世界でただ一つの僕だけの家具だ。生涯僕と寄り添ってほしい。僕には君が
There literally is nothing to add.
必要だ。
Other than I don't care about the sappy stuff.
庄司様。
焼けるわ。口説きならうちの人を超えたわね。
若さですが。
愛が強さなら坊やはどうしてそんなにひ弱なの。その弱さがつまり君の愛の程度なわけね。婚約者への愛もひ弱、両親のあっけない死に様もひ弱。君の人生は何から何までひ弱だわ。
シャノンは僕に愛と強さを教えてくれた。もし君が僕の強さだけでシャノンへの愛を確かめようというのなら、僕の愛を教えよう。
言うわね。なるほど。何度も蹴り倒されて転がされ、それでも立ち上がるのがシャノンからもらった強さだと。ならあっけなく殺されたあんたのお父さんとお母さんからは何をもらったの？
At that time, there was a blackout. Even though they were outside,
違う。これは
oh shit! The thing blocking Gap's vision was the bottom of George's shoe. Oh my fuck. He just did a fucking super
側
kick.
頭蹴り、尾骨骨折。
And it stopped right in front of the tip of Gap's nose. Oh,
母さんにもらったものは
yeah, I was about to say,
蹴りだ。
you wanna know what he got from his fucking parents? He got the ability to fucking fight because Ava was a fucking fighter in martial arts. Several moments after, Gap jumped back. Of course, that was too late. If George hadn't stopped, he would probably have caused the damage she denounced.
そして父さんにもらったのが忍耐力。
What I got from Mom is the ability to fight. What I got from my dad? I don't know, fucking fortitude. I don't know what that shit fully means, but it's something. Anger with a low boiling point isn't something to be truly feared. True anger is disciplined by fortitude.
君の暴力的意思表示は理解した。また婚約者と両親への名誉毀損も理解した。そしてそれを撤回する気がないんだね。
こいつ。
君の攻撃はもう十分に理解したからな。そろそろいいかな、反撃しても。
ほざくな、坊やの分際で。
A pitch black hole opened its mouth at George's feet. But George rapidly opened his legs, straddling the hole. The same move won't work again. It was an extremely smooth dodge, and the upper part of his body didn't even quiver.
忍耐とは熱くならず冷静に相手の出方を研究することだ。何のために？決まってるじゃないか。わかるかい？
わかんないわよ。
反撃してきっちり借りを返し、二度とちょっかいを出したくないと思わせ、涙と鼻水で顔面をぐちゃぐちゃにして、それを拭うのを忘れて額を地面にこすりつけて、何度も謝りたくなるほどに完膚なきまでに完璧に徹底的に叩きのめすためだよ。
George dashed. Pitfalls opened one after another, but George didn't step in them again. And because he was persistent, he was able to reach Gap a second time.
後ろ回し蹴り、
Reverse roundhouse.
顎部骨折。
Jaw fractured. He's like Sherlock Holmes. Thumbnail. Thumbnail. It was stretched out more forcefully and beautifully than Gap's had been. Of course, while it centered directly on Gap's face, it stopped a hair's breadth away. Perhaps she couldn't rely on pitfalls at this close range. Gap kicked at George's shins as a diversion, and in the instant of weakness when he tried to deal with that, she aimed a kick at his stomach. It was a bee-like stab by her stiletto heel, but it sliced through the air where George no longer was.
上段かかと落とし
Oh, a fucking axe kick.
鎖骨骨折
By Gap's side, George calmly announced that, his foot still raised. If that monarch's heel had swung down, a collarbone fracture would probably have been the least of her worries.
こいつ資金じゃ私は強いの距離を
She jumped backwards to open a large gap between them. She jumped and leapt and even flipped in midair, increasing that distance. It should have been magnificent, but for some reason it was very similar to the movements of a small, scared animal. If she opened the distance between them, she'd be able to fight at the range that was her specialty, using a mixture of pitfalls and kicking techniques.
バカが私を倒せるチャンスを3度も逃した傲慢奈落の底で後悔なさい
When she magnificently landed and tried to aim a pitfall, a razor-sharp wind cut Gap's bangs. Yes, it cut them. It happened twice. This time, it didn't just stop a hair's breadth away, but scattered her bangs with its air pressure.
アルマーダコンマルテーロ
Armada Com Martello. Okay, all the other moves, I knew what they looked like. I don't know what this one looks like. Armada Com Martello. From the... okay. This is a video that I'm gonna watch. Okay, so it's literally like a fucking spinning kick. It's nothing special.
眼底骨折
The fundus! I think if you got fundus in your eye, you need to go to a doctor.
第2撃で脳挫傷
Gap was too shocked to speak. George closed in over all that distance in an instant, letting off a fearsomely nimble mid-air double kick. Furthermore, with the accuracy and edge of a razor to cut nothing more than several of her bangs.
空手で蹴りの威力をテコンドーで速度カポエイラでは自在の間合いを学んだ
Not the capoeira!
が色々と移り気でねでも色々と
Okay, I'm tired of the word fickle. The fundus! Yes, the fundus, dude. Fucking disgusting.
私が女
You need to get that fundus out your eye.
君は王者の力として3つ目に暴力と言ったね君はどうやらまだその暴力の意味を誤解しているようだこの場合の暴力とはね短絡的に振るわれる乱暴のことを言うんじゃない敵対すれば無傷では済まないという抑止のことを指すんだよ
抑止だと
In short, this is what it meant. This was why all of George's attacks up until then stopped a hair's breadth away. These bare misses, which were more difficult than hitting directly, had all been performed so splendidly. Also, if George had wished it, any one of those would probably have crushed Gap. He had daringly not done that.
君も言ったろ暴力は滑る力だと暴力で相手を破壊してしまったら滑られないじゃないか王者の暴力とはね見せるだけなんだよ破壊しない屈服させて自らの財産とするんだからね君に泡でも吹かれたらみんなの囚われてる場所に案内させられないよ
Gap had to admit it. She had to...
みんなのところへ抵抗はおすすめしないもう寸止めはしないよ
she had to admit that George understood force in its truest sense. Okay, fuck off then.
ごめんねリア。あんたの兵隊借りさせて。私一人じゃ手に負えないわ、こいつ。
Oh, wait. As the large pitch black hole opened in the sky, thunk, 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 3 muscular goat attendants fell out. Uh-oh. That means the hostages are all alone. So open the door and be a good little fella. If that's even the right line for that movie. They surrounded George.
増援会それは僕がひ弱であることを撤回したと受け止めていいのかな
No.
認めるわ。あんたの人間の力を侮ってたわ。
違うね。これが愛を覚えた男の強さなのさ。
ほざけ！臭いことをシャーシャーと。さあヤギたち、その男を潰して肉団子にしてやりなさい。このヤギたちはバカだけどパワーだけはあるみたいよ。あんたの死体婚約者にも見分けがつかなくしてあげるわ。
Well, actually, no. Then we'd be able to explain that wasn't George and George is in on killing everybody.
君に実害が及ぶことを宣言する。僕をまだ攻撃するつもりなら相応の損害を受けることになると覚悟するがいい。
When George proclaimed that, a faint red magic circle rose up around him. Stop with fucking the magic everybody's using. It seemed that George couldn't see it. However, Gap, being a demon, could.
魔法？
Badler used magic.
しかもそれ反撃特化。それがあんたの抑止という意味。
From a demon's perspective, that may have been magic. I feel like I passed out for like 5 seconds. Except I didn't. I don't know what the fuck is going on right now. But in George's eyes, it was determination. It was a determination filled with certainty, which would be merciless to anyone who wished to fight anymore, and which would force them to prepare for a significant counterattack. Determination with certainty becomes magic. Renov had been accurately blocking Jessica's fists with the shield, but something felt odd. Even though he was certainly catching them on the shield, he felt his arm get jarred and it hurt. It should have prevented all physical damage. However, the damage from her fists were gradually being transmitted to his arm, piling up. Renov tried to act like he was composed so that this wouldn't be noticed. So you got a fucking arm there, huh?
私はバテねえぜ。どうしたよおっさん。ちっとは答えてきたかよ。
いくら攻撃しようとも無駄ですよ。私のシールドはあなたには砕けないとどうしてわからないのです？
砕けないからってよ。殴るのをやめはしないぜ。どんな固い心にだって言葉はわずかずつ響き、やがてはひびを入れることだってできるんだ。私は信じてる。この世に無駄な努力なんて存在しないってな。だから生きるんだろ。思いっきり。言葉だっていつか通じるなら拳だって同じってことだぜ。私の辞書には諦めるって文字は書いちゃいねえんだぜ。
You don't have a good dictionary then, because dictionaries are usually one word. Those words were probably aimed at Cannon. Cannon would seem to reject Jessica's words. But Jessica knew that no matter how stubborn his heart was, those words would eventually soak through. She believed that they would surely reach his heart, that the day would come when he would stop calling himself furniture and disparaging himself, and that he'd step out into a new life. So Jessica didn't give up. She didn't lose heart.
バカみてえだろ。男には理解できねえだろ。恋する乙女ってのはな、無駄だから諦めるって考えがねえんだぜ。
At that time, Renov certainly saw. He saw the reddish glow of light that encircled Jessica's fists. More fucking magic!
参りました。エンチャントですか。浸透付与とは厄介。
Inside her unrelenting fists and determination dwelled the power to succeed no matter what. From Demon's perspective, that was magic. Determination with certainty becomes magic.
無駄なんてことはねえだろう。通ってんだろ。私の拳、腕をかばってるぜ、おっさん。
もう少し本気を出さざるを得ないようですね。おっしゃる通りのようです。この世に無駄なことなどない。
そうさ、無駄なんて諦めたらそこで人生が終わっちまうぜ。通じるんだよ、絶対に。
I'm an idiot, so this is the only way I can live. But even so, I'm sure I'll be able to teach Canon-kun about new worlds someday. So I'm not gonna lose heart in a place like this. I'll definitely defeat you and save everyone.
くそ、なんとか隙間を。
Kraus was repeating his useless effort to somehow open a hole between the metal bars. Useless. Nothing is useless. There's nothing. The lookout goats had been swallowed up by those black pitfalls and disappeared. Now was their once-in-a-lifetime chance. This was their only chance to break the bars.
よせ、無茶だ。クラウスさん。
Cannon, get in there, break the bars, and now you have a pipe to beat the fucking Renov guy over the head.
素手でどうにかなるもんじゃない。道具を探しましょう。無茶をするんじゃない。無駄と諦めたらそれまでと娘に言われてしまった。私の体は無理でも小柄なシャノンかカノンが抜けられれば。
この段階に至っては出ない知恵を絞るより行動あるのみね。力を合わせましょう。私もやるわ。カノン君、男の子でしょ。手を貸して。カノン君？
Cannon just gripped the bars and went.
旦那様、下がってください。
何をする気だ。
いいよね、姉さん。もう一度だけあがいても。
私ももう一度だけあがいて。
They're seeing their lovers fight, and now they decide I will fucking go nuts. Jessica's voice had reached Cannon. It certainly had permeated into his cold, rock-like heart. And George's voice had reached Shannon. If the love he had shown was embodied by strength, she would have to respond in the same way. An incredible metal sound rang out. In the first flash, several metal bars were severed horizontally. In the next flash, they were severed horizontally again, causing many metal bars to clatter to the ground like bamboo shoots cut by a sword. Kraus, Kyrie, and Nanjo didn't even have a clue what had just happened.
南條先生、お屋敷や廊下をどっちに？
左奥だ、左奥。
参りましょう、旦那様方。すぐにワルギリア様に気づかれます。
あんたたちは一体何なの？
Furniture. When Cannon hung his head a little and faltered, Shannon slapped his shoulder, smiled, and spoke.
私たちは。
Oh, fuck you. No, you're all furniture. Fuck off.
ワルギリア様。警戒網に反応。脱獄です。なぜか見張りのヤギがいません。
え？どうしてです？ガープですね。人の習慣物を勝手に。ガプガプ。
混戦規定確認。脱走者への射殺許可を申請であります。
Fire at their position.
やっちゃいなさい。ガプガプガプガプガプ。
She's... I think she's finally lost it. Just going gap, 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 gap. She fall on the floor?
ここから逃がしはしませんよ。ガプガプ言ってたら舌噛みました。
The underground passage in front of them was once again blocked by metal bars. The door was, of course, locked. However, that was no problem for them now. Kanan, get your freaky shit over here and fucking do whatever you do.
はい、旦那様。しかしすごいわ。一体どういう原理なのかしら。
It works on the principle of Halo energy.
大事なのは彼に鉄格子が切断できてここから脱出できることだけだ。気にするならカノン、やれ。
お任せよ。
Kanan sliced the metal bars again with his red curved blade, but there was a harsh, strange noise and the metal bars only had a slight scratch. They're more resistant. They're Beskar steel!
違う。エンチャントされてる。ワルギリア様の魔法杖だ。
切断できる。
もちろん。でも時間をかけるよ。
3分間待ってやる。
After taking a deep breath and concentrating his mind, Kanan extended a red curved sword again. When he pressed it hard against the metal bar, sparks sprayed, almost as though he was melting through it with a burner. Well, it looks like it's already cut. Energy sword time, yes.
旦那様、敵に捕捉されました。下がってください。
追って。
Targeted?
も来てないわよ。
Where's the sniper?
私の後ろに下がってください。狙われてます。45、データ治療。標的は捕捉。地形誤差修正。射撃曲線形成。制御点補正完了。410データリンク。410データ受領。危険区域確認。問題なし。
WO 師団装填48発。個別誘導 F&F。
What is this, military? Like, what the fuck?
45、射撃準備完了。収束誘導弾。装填。
I didn't understand anything of what they just fucking said.
410。射撃。
A golden arrow that sparked gold was fired, leaving a gold trail streaming behind. It drew a curve, went through the door through the keyhole, down the stairs towards the underground path at full speed.
何か光りましたぞ。
黄金の矢はシールドで防げない。カノン君、迎撃態勢。リンクしよう。
ゲートキーパー。
Wait, they're fucking gatekeeper.
一緒に戦うの。
Wait, they're fucking linking. They're linking? Power Ranger style? What the fuck is happening?
ないない。
Kanan stopped cutting the bars and stood in front of Shannon. Behind him, Shannon closed her eyes, concentrating her mind deep, deep into the darkness of the underground path. A guided cluster round is a special kind of arrow made up of 48 sub-rounds bound together. It explodes mid-flight and divides into 48 mini-arrows. The strength of each individual one is low, but they pierce through all shields and possess a perfect wounding and killing power against personnel. And on top of that, each one of the 48 possesses autonomous guidance towards their individual targets.
分裂した。
収束誘導弾。分裂確認。師団46、7、8、48。全弾捕捉。迎撃完成。カノンへデータリンク。
カノンデータ受領。姉さんの能力はすごいな。48発全部見える。
迎撃優先順位に注意。姉さんを信じて。
もちろんだ。僕は目を開ける必要さえない。
迎撃開始。
He's gonna fucking, like, deflect them.
はあ。
目標健在。迎撃されました。にひゃー。48発全部。
はもともと一組の家具ですからね。揃うと手強いこと。
What is happening?
これ口内炎になっちゃうかしら。落ち着け。再装填。弾種を変更。精密高速狙撃弾。
Precision lightspeed sniper rounds.
そりゃいいね。追撃不能の超高速弾。ゲートキーパーごときじゃ防御不能だに。精密狙撃戦了解。精密射撃用データ収集開始。
一体今のは何なんだ。
安心して。私にも
Nah, Joe, you just gotta get with the game and just do not fucking care.
カノン君、ありがとう。鉄格子に戻って。多分次のは迎撃できない弾が来る。
そんな攻撃をどう防ぐんだ。
撃たせません。カノン君、霊視戦防備。
At those words, Kanan closed his eyes tightly and ground his teeth. With Shannon at the center, pressure and impact that only non-humans could perceive struck. Oh my god, what the fuck? Thumbnail?
射撃システムエラー。ダメだ、再起動。あれあれ。
霊波妨害。霊視防護。急げ。何をしてるか。早く耳を下げよう。15。
An unseen, unheard impact had struck the Chester sisters. 00 and 410 crouched down, covering the ears, but 45 didn't make it in time. As she stood bolt upright, her eyes rolled. Wait, she back to being a rabbit?
45損傷。コンパイラのエンジンがいっちゃったよ。
What the fuck is an IME?
私もノイズがひどいに。
45、410、そして WO、損傷。狙撃戦を断念。リンクに、もろに来た。再起動しないと。
Raising their spirit particle sensitivity precision sniping had backfired. They had taken the full brunt of the spirit particle shockwave Shannon had released. Okay, what the fuck is this? I am not reading Umineko anymore. I'm reading a fucking sci-fi Halo story. Not only 45 who had been hit directly, but also 00 and 410 who had been linked with her were taken down.
大丈夫ですか。後でまた美味しい紅茶を入れてあげますからね。しっかり。申し訳ございませんであります。再起動をかけます。数百秒ほどお待ちを。
All of the Chester sisters had fallen over. They'd probably get back up eventually, but it looked like it would be hard for them to return to the battle lines for a while.
家具が武具を一時的にとはいえ退けますか。なるほど。あの子の面白がる筋書きは実に大番狂わせが多いこと。
Virginia toured the air with a large gesture, motioning as though opening a door.
さあさあおいでなさい。ヤギの従者。
Oh, she's getting fucking more of them.
お仕事の時間ですよ。脱走者たちを殺して捕らえなさい。死体でいいのですよ。どうせ蘇生できるし。
A gold-colored door opened in the air, and countless giant goats with muscular bodies peeked their faces out. I need to grab a tissue. My nose is stuffy. Alright, we're good.
さあさあ急ぎなさい。脱走者は5人いるから5等賞までの早い者勝ち。素敵なご褒美がありますよ。さあさあ頑張って。
I'm gonna give you hard candy. Virginia clapped her hands, urging them on. A prize? After facing each other at those words, the goats all rushed to the door at once, trying to get out, making the exit as packed as a Tozai or the Yamanote rail lines in the morning. Each wanted to get out first, so none of them could get out. Virginia held her head in frustration. By that time, Cannon had managed to cut enough bars to make a crack that could be slipped through. It had been a bit of work for Kraus, large as he was, and Nanjo with his lethal waist, but even so, they all managed to make it through. Fucking called them fat as fuck. But after they did, they only had a couple seconds to be relieved. Immediately, another set of metal bars blocked the way in front of them.
厳重ね。よっぽどここの人を逃がしたくなかったんでしょうね。
カノン、すまんがもう一度頼む。辛いだろうが頼む。
There was sweat on Cannon's forehead. You could tell at a glance that cutting the metal bars, which had been made even more solid by magic, had physically exhausted him.
はい。お任せを、旦那様。
お前にしかできん。どうか頼む。
Only he could do it, holding tightly onto those words. Cannon concentrated his mind once again and set himself to the task of cutting metal bars again.
後方敵が来ます。複数。
How are they coming from behind you?
ええ、今度は私たちにもわかるわ。すごい地響きね。とんでもない化け物が殺到してくるのがわかるわ。
ご安心を。今抜けた鉄格子を私が魔法城で封鎖します。ヤギたちごときには破れません。
Shannon held her hand out towards the metal bars they had gone through, but she stopped right away.
どうかしましたか。
ワルギリア様が霊波妨害の中和を開始。破られるとまずい。シエスタ姉妹の再起動後のイニシアチブを奪われます。
可愛いウサギたちをいじめてくれたお返しはたっぷりとさせていただきますよ。この小賢しい霊視で優位に立とうというなら、それを丸ごと剥ぎ取って私が奪ってあげます。
Can't you just use them again?
姉さんは霊波妨害に集中して、あのヤギたちにその鉄格子の隙間は狭すぎる。しばらくは食い止めてくれるはず。
何を言っているかさっぱりだもん。
Kraus, at this point,
理解できたわ。
you need to just shut the fuck up about not knowing anything. Kyrie picked up a metal bar that Cannon had just cut. Kraus had no weapon, but he rubbed his fists, and the two of them glared into the depths of the underground passage where the shaking was coming from.
この鉄格子で遮るものはおしまいのはずだ。
Nanjo, why don't you have anything that you're going to fight with?
ここから屋敷までどのくらいあるんです。かなり歩く。道は平坦だが30分は歩いた記憶が。
全力疾走ならその半分ってことだわ。
They couldn't tell for sure since they didn't have the three-sided mirror. But there's no guarantee that George and Jessica would still be alright against demon opponents after all this
歩
time.
く2倍の速度で走れば15分。さらにその2倍で走れば8分を切るわ。
You want to run twice the speed of running?
全力疾走なら5分かかる。もったいない。むちゃくちゃな計算ですが。ですが、カジマの計算式はそういうものです。
I know damn well Nanjo ain't making it. He's gonna get fucking caught.
頼みます。
But everyone else is going to.
任せたまえ。
Get it? Because Nanjo's fat, waka waka.
シャノンはワルギリアとかいう魔女への妨害に専念したまえ。追っては私とキリエさんで防ぐ。
Then, the roars of beasts rang out from the darkness, and several fiery, glowing, bright red eyes appeared. Goats that were several levels more massive than the guards were rushing with incredible force. The tremors they created were almost like an earthquake. They brought a frightening intensity and terror, but Kyrie actually laughed with relief. Those massive bodies wouldn't be able to go through the cracks in the bar. The group of goats crashed into the metal bars with a fierce sound like that of a train colliding with a dead end. Clumps of dirt fell here and there from the ceiling, and you could tell that the metal bars had bent as if collapsing. Their charging power probably was on par with the train. If the metal bars hadn't been there, they would likely have overwhelmed the 5 of them and crushed them in an instant. When the group of goats pressing up against the metal bars noticed the 5 people right in front of them, they let out a terrible howl, trying to intimidate the 5. Or maybe that was out of pain from their game of push and shove. One calm goat among them figured out that what should be done about the metal bars. They grabbed two of them with its massive arms and began bending them as though opening double doors. Kairi sharply jabbed her metal pole at that goat's vitals. The goat let out a roar of anguish. It probably hurt a lot, but that was all. It wasn't enough to bring it down. Kraus, punch this fucker! Still holding the metal pole she had stuck out, Kairi relinquished the opposite tip to Kraus. Kraus ran there with all his might, jumped up and kicked down with all his weight and kicking power combined. All of that destructive power was forced on a single pole, drilling it in. They killed one? They killed one. At the goat had taken a pile bunker to its vitals, right with teary eyes. It nodded its head. What? Did Nanjo really just look at a goat demon and go, "Hey, I'll give you some medicine later, just take care, alright? Don't fucking rub it." What? Nanjo, they're gonna fucking kill you! Why was there a bullying? The goat's massive bodies were buried in rose bushes. Even taking into account that a leg's power is 3 times that of an arm's, this strength surpassed common sense. To think that those massive bodies had been kicked in the chin and flown through the air, it was too fierce. Even George seemed a little surprised. Okay, so is this one just the one where they fucking win? They just fucking win. That's why Gap couldn't easily touch him. The counterattack style barrier had no defensive power. However, because of its countering ability, it could be useful in defense by making the opponent hesitate to attack. The goats had been foolish and so had attacked without worrying, but this second effect had worked in full against Gap. He lightly dodged the log-like arms. When those arms touched a barrier that protected George, they let off a strong red light. The tip of the counter-attacking foot would then gain the same sparkle, and the superhuman power of the goat added to its own. The second goat fell forward and floated in the air for a second. Then George's next roundhouse kick missed right over the falling goat's head. For an instant, the goat hoped it might get away with its life. But no, a heel was dropped onto the back of its head, and it was forced to kiss the ground. What the fuck is a Nerichagi? Now I gotta look that one up. Oh, it's overhead axe kick. It's like Ryu's move. The only way to finish off George now that his body's wrapped up in a counterattack style barrier was to deny him a chance to counterattack. Nothing to do but suck him into the abyss next, then kick and drop him, kick and drop him, kick and drop him, until she kicked him to death. But George had already completely seen through the faint warning signs that told of the appearance of Gap's pitfalls. If he could jump over that next pitfall, then this time he would probably pulverize Gap's head with his whirlwind-like kick without holding back in the slightest, just as it had been done to his parents. She was able to envision that scene vividly. Gap hated Kinzo more than ever for calling her out to this ridiculous island. Even though Ranulf held out a shield, he had finally started using his hands. Without a more powerful shield, he wouldn't be able to block Jessica's fists anymore. The enchantment on Jessica's fists grew the more she fought. The permeating upgrade had already grown several times, and those fists had also been given an impact upgrade, a piercing upgrade, and a speed upgrade, making them fists worthy to fight on par with the demon.
どうしたよ。へばってきたんじゃねえのかよ。動きが鈍ってきてるぜ。
いいえ、ジェシカ様の動きと思考、動体視力が飛躍的にエンチャントされているのです。私の動きは最初から変わっていませんよ。あなたの動きが私を捉えつつあるのです。
This is straight anime type shit.
これが私のこだわりですので。しかし、このままというわけにもいきますまい。そろそろ本気で終わりにさせてもらいますよ。
Renault's face turned into an expression he hadn't shown before. It was full of respect for Jessica in a truly demonic way, because it was an expression he only showed for enemies who made him get serious. That looks exactly the same as all the other expressions that he's done.
なんだこれ。
With a gesture of his whole body that you couldn't call elegant, Ranulf held out a shield with all his strength and a shield the size and thickness of a wall. It was more tenacious than a simple shield. It literally was a wall. And on top of that, with all of Ranulf's magical power, it pushed Jessica back bit by bit. Did he plan on pushing her back against the wall and crushing her to death? Jessica tried to break through the wall with both fists, but it was solid. Without any exaggeration, it was solid.
これがお前の本気かよ。上等だぜ。打ち砕いてやらあ。
今度はそうはさせませんよ。この壁は一味違います。どれ、私もエンチャントさせていただきましょう。
When Ranulf made a magic sign almost like a ninja, the wall glowed red for just an instant. Some kind of ominous power dwelt within it. Jessica was able to recognize that almost immediately with her body. Every time her fists hit the wall, pain as though glass fragments had scattered and hit all over her body rebounded against her.
攻撃反応装甲を付与させていただきました。ジェシカ様の攻撃を相殺することで威力を減退させ、のみならず反応破片で反撃までできる優れものです。殴り続けるのは大いに結構ですが、それは自らにも及びますよ。
つまりお前の壁と私の我慢比べってことかよ。上等だ。
ジェシカ様が膝をつくのが先か、壁に押し込まれるのが先か、見物させていただきましょう。
打ち破ってこの壁ごとお前の横っ面をぶっ飛ばす方が先かもな。見てやがれ。
Without hesitation, Jessica punched using both fists. Each time she did, a large amount of shards scattered, torturing her entire body. Instantly, several red gashes appeared all over her. She grimaced at the intense agony, but her eyes were burning with fighting spirit, and her lip... Fighting spirit... Antonio Inoki style? She got fucking slapped by him, and her lips curved in a grin that stood in sharp contrast to the pain.
カノン、まだかね。私たちは平気だが、奴らを防ぐ鉄格子が平気ではなさそうだ。
もう少しです。こいつらキリがないわ。おしくらまんじゅうだけで鉄格子を破りかねない。
The group of goats made the metal bars creak. Several arms grabbed the bars, twisting them with superhuman strength. However, some bars were being pulled in opposite directions by different hands. Apparently, they really were stupid. The way those countless hands grabbed the metal bars sometimes happened to match up by chance. Silver hands grasping two metal bars nearly put the bars together and pulled the bars to the left and right. The incredible sound of metal bending could be heard, and that crack was getting larger bit by bit. They attacked the arms of those goats one by one, but they weren't getting anywhere. They couldn't stop the gap from spreading left and right. At that time, there was a loud metal sound behind them. Cannon had finally finished cutting.
キリエさん、レディーファーストだ。南條先生も続いて。
旦那様、ここは僕に任せてください。これは
Cannon's red sword that had cut the metal bars disappeared.
ごめん。
Why is Cannon shocked? Why did the music stop?
バルギリア様の霊視線影響下に入った私たちの魔力が中和されてる。
What the fuck?
呼ばれた私にここまで抗ったものです。もはやその地下道ではあなたたちの魔法は使えませんよ。
A magic circle column drew a complex magical formula with Virginia at the center. With such genuine magic being used, Shannon's power couldn't even compete. On the contrary, it was surprising that she had withstood as long as she had.
霊視優勢を確保。さあ、シエスタ姉妹、今度こそあなたたちの出番ですよ。ってまだ再起動してるんですか？なんで最近の子は寝起きが悪いの？
申し訳ありませんであります。私たち全員バージョンが違ってて。なんでバージョン変わるたびにショートカットとプルダウンがしっちゃかめっちゃかになるに。前回不正な終了がありました？管理者権限？何これわけわかんない。
This is a reference to computers. She's still a fucking rabbit.
この得体トラブルシュートにコール。何？ユーザーコードがないと教えない？
What the fuck is
ユー
this?
ザーコードは45が管理してるんよ。9999にしか聞こえん。紙に書かせろ。言語支援システム再起動できてないから文字も書けないに。
お前たちはゆっくり修理している。
This is the dumbest fucking shit in the fucking world. The narrow underground passage was packed with goats, truly like a commuter train in the morning. Virginia was again shocked by this congestion.
何をやってるんですか？ご褒美が欲しいから一番乗りがしたい。他のヤギにご褒美を奪われたくないから邪魔をし合っている。このおバカヤギたちが！私が行きますから道を開けなさい。何？嫌ですって？ワルギリア様がご褒美を奪うつもりだ。
Get fucked, Virginia.
なんでスクラム組んでるんですか？きつい狭い。いつからここはヤギ専用車両に？
What the fuck is going on?
今お尻触った子、次の駅で降りなさい。
Whoa, some of the goats getting frisky.
何あなた？こっちへ来いって。
The five in Krause's group dashed through the passageway with all their strength. They couldn't dawdle around in an underground place like this. They had to quickly join up with the children on the surface. If they could meet up, there would no longer be any more sorrow. At that time, a terrible rumble started chasing them. Had their pursuers finally made it through the metal bars? But they couldn't see anyone when they turned around. However, that rumble and the dirt that fell here and there from the ceiling grew closer and closer, finally catching up with them and even going past them. It felt almost like being chased by ghosts. For a second, they thought they'd gotten away until the ceiling in front of them fell in and a single goat stood in their path. Virginia was sitting on its shoulder.
賢い子が近道を知っていました。偉い子ですね。一等賞ですよ。後で手作りのサバのカレー煮をご馳走してあげますよ。
Maybe it really was happy about that dubious prize. The massive goat showed its joy by putting its hands together and writhing. Virginia leapt down, laughing that this time it was finally checkmate. Close your fucking eyes.
くそ、ダメだ。魔力が完全に殺されてる。
まだよ。魔法がなくても私たちにはまだこの体がある。
無茶だ。あんな化け物にあの不思議な力がなくて戦えるわけがない。
The monster isn't my concern. The concern is the fucking witch.
私が何とかするから、その隙にあの化け物の両脇を駆け抜けるんだ。
させませんよ。
No, Crouch, you can't. When Virginia clapped her hands, a purple magic circle wall appeared behind her, stealing even the faint hope that Krauss had been betting on.
ドンジキュースか。いや、まだだ。ジェシカも戦った。私が戦わんわけにはいかん。
本気なの？無理よ、あんな巨大な化け物に。
むちゃくちゃだ。クラウスさん、他の方法を考えましょう。
思いついたら提案してくれたまえ。それまでも私が何とかするしかないようだ。さあ、下がりたまえ。
気をつけて。
おやおや、クラウス。あなた一人でこの子と戦うつもりですか？
わからんぞ。戦いにはまぐれあたりの一発だってあり得る。
まぐれでも勝てるつもりとお思いですか？身の程知らずのあなたのために私が状況を整理して差し上げましょう。
何？
あなたが 100% の力を発揮したとしてあなたの戦闘力はせいぜい
I'm gonna guess yours is over 9,000!
つまりあなたが100人束になっても絶対に勝てないという。
Why did it just show one? Why is there a fucking one?
確かに戦いには不可
Why is there a fucking one?
その戦闘力に多少の倍率がかかることも認めましょう。しかし
No, wait, hold on.
あなたはこの子を倒せる確率は 0.00001% というところでしょうか。お分かりかしら？
No, I don't understand. What the fuck am I missing? Hold on. I gotta reread this. Why did it just increase it? Okay, I'm getting fucking scared. Virginia and the goat guffawed together. Why the fuck? What the fuck? What?
万一ということは配当は1万倍ということではないかね。いい大穴だ。そういう馬券は好きだよ。買いたくなる。
それを買うコインはあなたの命1枚しかありませんよ。しかしそれでもその奇跡に運命を託したいというあなたの気持ちよくわかります。ですので恐れずに立ち向かう
4
の勇気をたたえ一つハンデを差し上げましょう。この子は左手一本で戦います。まあそれでも
6
負ける気は全くしませんが、それにしても何かしらさっきからピンポンピンポンと。
よかろう。
Virginia, what the fuck are you? Stop breaking the fourth fucking wall. It's a fucking timer I have on my bomb vest. I was planning on killing this whole family anyway. It counts up for some reason. Once it hits 20, it's gone. The fucking heart punch. The 1-inch punch. Oh, how shallow. I know what you're after. The distance between the two of them is more than 10 meters. If the goat and Kraus both step in with all their strength to settle the fight with a single blow, the power will be double what is normal. Both will crash together, so it's a relative of 4 times normal. Even if, on top of that, the strike lands on a weak point for a critical hit, that will only double the power again. In short, Kraus's maximum power level of 6 times 8 would be 48 at the most. He might or might not be able to win if he repeated that lucky shot a full 20 times. Ho 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 ho. Merry Christmas. If you're killed every time you take a hit and your damage still accumulates. Let's see, perhaps you might finally win when we get to episode 24, yes? Ho 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 ho. If only this series could stretch on so long. Either way, you don't even have a slight chance at victory. Hey, seriously, what is that bing bong sound? Fuck.
全力を要望ですよ。本気の一撃で粉砕し、肉片に変えてやりなさいね。
As the goat got excited and beat its chest over and over, it took a position as though preparing for a sprint. Ho 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 ho. Is that what you wanted? Bet your hopes on the greatest limits of your power level and despair when even that gets you nowhere. It rang again! What the heck? It's really starting to get on my nerves. The goat howled in response. Then, with a match timing that only the men confronting each other could comprehend, the two leapt forward like bullets shot out of a gun. The men howled, collecting the strength from all over their bodies into one arm each. The goat's fiery glowing eyes clearly locked onto Kraus's face. He could perfectly see a vision of when he would step forwards, when he would punch through Kraus and blow him away, and when he would win perfectly. The long, painful days up to that point drifted through the goat's mind. Those painful days of training when his senpais had picked on him. Those faint glimpses of the warm concern his senpais felt for him. And the joy of that day his power had been acknowledged when he had been accepted as one of the comrades. I never showed proper respect to my parents. What the fuck is happening? That's right, didn't I plan to wash my hands of this business when this job was over and returned to my hometown? I'm sorry, little goat sister. Your Oni-chan always caused you so much trouble. What the fuck? Okay, at this point, fuck any theory. I'm fucking done. Austin theory, fuck A-Town down. You need to fucking leave. The other ones need to disappear. We're done forming theories. We got fucking 16 on the screen, and every time the number goes up, it goes bing. We have a fucking goat reminiscing about its life. And I actually have a childhood friend, and I'm gonna marry her when I get home. He's fucking dying. It happened the instant before the two crashed and their punches crossed. The very instant the goat's left straight and Cross's right straight crossed. The goat obeyed Virgilia's... oh my god, I actually said Virgilia for the first time in like fucking 8 episodes. Virginia's order was super fast reflexes and pulled his straight back, repelling Cross's punch. That's right. Virginia's decision probably had been wise. After all, the number of loser flags amplifies the power level of one of its opponents.
危ないところでした。こんな負けフラグ立てまくりの状態で食らっていたら、どれほどの威力に倍率がかかっていたことか。さあ、そこでガラ空きの右側面に右ストレートを叩き込んでやりなさい。何？左腕一本で戦う約束？約束は破るためにあるのでしょうが。
It's at 20 now.
失望よ、ワルギリア。あなたはやはり冷静を欠いていたわ。なんですって。直前に気づいて避けさせた私のどこが冷静でないと。
どうしてですか、キリン様。あのまま激突していたら。
20, by the way. My fucking bomb blew up.
そうか。負けフラグの数が20でもまだ足りないんだ。
Krause's and the goat's double rush made for ×4. With the miracle as an ally, the firm promise of a critical hit doubled again for ×8. On top of that, there was an amplification at ×20 equal to the number of loser flags, making for ×160. At a glance, that was an incredible amplification, but even so, Krause's power level was 6. Even multiplied by 160, it only made for a power level of 960, just barely below the goat's 1000.
だから冷静じゃないと言ったのよ。あなた失敗したわ。そのまま激突していればあなたの勝ちだったのよ。たとえそうだったとしても、この右ストレートでクラウスの頭を砕けば同じこと。死ね、後ろ宮クラウス。
食らいたまえ。ボクシング界最強の一撃を。
After repelling Krause's right straight, the goat's right straight attacked the right side of Krause's face, which had been left open. But there it crossed Krause's left straight. The two punches crossed, and the time stopped as each aimed for the face of the other.
まさかこのタイミングで相打ちに持ってくるとは。しかし
This is gonna be like fucking Rocky 4.
960。うちの子の1000には及びませんでしたよ。
いや、ワルギリアさん、あんたの負けだ。
どうして？
あんた、最初のクロスカウンターを弾かせちまった。確かに、その次に繰り出した右ストレートが当たれば、クラウスさんは粉々にされていただろう。しかし、そいつをクロスされてしまった。こりゃあダメだ。悪いが、あんたんとこのヤギさんの乾杯だよ。
Red flag power scaling, let's go. Fuck nah, it's dumb. A cross counter is 4 times the destructive power of a normal punch. This is common knowledge in the boxing world. And if it's blocked and the right straight hits, then it's a double cross counter with 8 times the destructive power. I'm fucking deleting this game after this questions arc, and I'm never touching it again. This is fucking terrible. This is also common knowledge in the boxing world. And if that is crossed, then by the principle of leverage, the triple cross would multiply the destructive power by 12. This is also painfully common knowledge in the boxing world.
クラウスさんの戦闘力は6。
双方2倍の踏み込みで4倍。
Media gets ruined when they introduce power levels for no fucking reason.
負けフラグの立てすぎで160倍。
そしてトリプルクロスカウンターでさらに12倍。
1920倍。
His power level is 11,520. Cross's punch now had the power to easily win the first Tenkaichi Budokai.
これは勝利を最後まで諦めなかったクラウスさんの執念とあんたの慢心が
Was that a reference to something? I don't want to say what I thought it was a reference of, so I'm gonna wait. If it even is a reference. Nanjo clapped the goat on the shoulder. Stop being friendly! You know what? I don't even want to read that. I'm just gonna look up Tenkaichi Budokai. I'm gonna say Dragon Ball if it is a reference. According to this, it is in Dragon Ball. Oh my god, Mr. Satan won fucking 4 of them in a row. Wow, somehow I got the reference right. Yoro-ni-chan gave it all. As the sparkling drops from the goat's eyes scattered, he bent backwards and fell on Virginia. The goat's massive body was too heavy for the slender Virginia. She wriggled around with it on top of her, but it didn't look like she'd be able to escape. In that instant, the barrier Virginia had sealed broke. So science beat magic. Nanjo was in with them. Why does he care about the fucking goats? After that, there was nothing to block their way. They ran intently through the underground passage. Oh yeah, Sean. This shit don't make no sense. What? Jessica had finally been cornered with the wall at her back. Goddamn Brian, you've killed them all. Now their empire will fall. I have to say in retrospect that was easier than I thought. Song reference. It's close enough to make a reference. Renov advanced with his magic circle wall bit by bit and would probably crush her against the other wall eventually. Considering distance, she threw out her fists. This would be her final strike. Jessica had dealt out many punches so far. The wall wasn't invincible. It had already started to crack, and it wouldn't be strange for it to smash at any moment. However, due to the rebounding damage, Jessica also had cuts all over her body and was all worn out. How's it only been 3 hours? The damage reflected by Renault's magic circle wall was proportional to the strength of the attack. Jessica's all-out punch would be bounced back onto her. The more all out she went, the more suicidal it would be for Jessica.
分かってるぜ。そんなことはよ。
警告します。もうおやめなさい。それがあなたのためです。
強がるなよ。お前の壁がもう破れかかってるんだろ。殴ってきた私には手応えで分かってるんだぜ。
That was a fact. Renault's wall was already on the verge of breaking. And on top of that, Jessica's fists had been imbued with an unimaginable magical attack power by now, and their destructive strength defied the imagination. In the worst case, that destructive power might even pierce the defensive wall, smash Renault as well, and create an expansion connecting this room to the next. However, that damage would rebound on Jessica as well. She wouldn't escape unharmed.
もう一度だけ言います。おやめなさい。あなたのためを思って言っています。
やかましいぜ。覚悟しやがれ。
Jessica howled. Putting all the strength of her greatest and final destructive power into her fist, she roared. Thumbnail. One of those thumbnail. The three goats had been beaten down long ago. Without straining to breathe in the slightest, George cautiously closed the distance between him and Gap. He was after her. He was planning on bringing her down with a single strike. Gap was also aiming for a single strike. If she let that chance slide, she would be killed this time. Yeah, you can use your pitfall, bitch. Even the tiny opening during the time it took to open the hole would prove fatal with George as an opponent right now. Gap cautiously calculated the distance and timing, but even as she did, George closed the gap between them. Oh, George, come.
来なさいよ。今さら小細工も何もないわ。私のこの蹴りで決着をつけてやる。
For an instant, she thought George's body blurred, and then only his jacket was floating in the air. The moment she thought, darkness covered Gap. George, with his heels swung up high, was attacking from the sky like a massive dragon. It worked, you dumb bitch. Nani? Gap opened a vast pitfall with her in the center, swallowing up George along with herself. The two were swallowed up by the pitfall and spat out from the ceiling of the arbor. But that was what Gap had been after, so she alone landed lightly. However, there's another pitfall in George's landing spot. Ozzy, if I met your favorite character yet, is this your favorite character? George once again fell from the ceiling of the arbor. He had probably been dropped the same distance as falling off the roof of a two-story building. In the sky, he couldn't control his posture in any way. It was impossible to resist or defend or avoid. As Gap spun like a whirlwind, she concentrated all of her energy on the sharp tip of her stiletto heel. This was the final strike, to perform his requiem. The final strike of the queen bee that would bore to heaven, knocking him down into the true abyss. She closed in on her prey and stuck her foot up into the sky. At that time, she saw George's face. Even though he was in midair, he was calmly adjusting his glasses with the middle finger of his right hand. He's doing the fucking hentai glasses put on. You have not met my favorite character yet. Your favorite character isn't this fucking pussy destroyer right here. And his posture was still preserved as that of an axe kick. There's like a piece of hair right in my eye. I got it finally. Damn. Without the faintest deviation, he aimed for Gap's
君が
forehead.
その手に出ることは想定済みだったよ。僕が地上の君に飛びかかとを食らわせるために飛んでいたなら、僕の姿勢はとっくに崩れていただろうさ。しかし僕の姿勢はいささかも崩れない。なぜかわかるかい？僕は初めから数フロア下の君にかかとを食らわせるつもりで
What?
飛んでいる。
George is fucking nuts. Yeah, show me the back of the knee.
君の負けだ、お嬢さん。
ピンポン。
Bing bong! Bing bong! Wait, thumbnail, thumbnail. That was supposed to be the thumbnail, but I guess it's not. Jessica's last and strongest upwards punch reached the wall and was sucked in. What the fuck was that one face? It was sucked into a black large hole that had suddenly opened on the wall.
だからおやめなさいと忠告した。
Oh no. Oh no. They shall destroy each other. Jessica's fist had gone for George's stomach, and George's axe kick had lined up on Jessica's head. The shocking destructive power imbued in Jessica's fist crushed George's organs and scattered his abdomen. The same destructive power in George's axe kick smashed half of Jessica's head and scattered its contents in the same manner. I thought it was cheering. That's just rain.
だって魔女は演技力なんでしょ。ねえねえリーチェ、どうよ、見ててくれたかしら。
Hey, you can sniff my fucking ass. Vito and Gap casually high-fived each other. Yeah, let's go, fuckers. Yeah, that's how we do it. Yeah. Valor, come on into this action. Sniff my ass. And shuck my balls.
こっちで美味しくいただけた。ジェシカの死体はそっちに返すわ。二人で寄り添う死体を引き離す。これで第二の晩は出来上がり。
Gap dropped Jessica's corpse through a pitfall, and all the chunks were thrown into Jessica's room. As carelessly as throwing something into the trash. Jessica's corpse and lumps of flesh fell from the ceiling and poured out all over her room. Renov shook his head slightly at this gruesome change of scenery.
申し訳ございません。ジェシカ様。ご忠告は申し上げたのですよ。もっとも、この結末を予見し、聞き入れないと分かっている忠告を重ねる悪魔の醍醐味は、人間には分からないでしょうがね。
本当に面白かったわ、坊や。でもあんた、ちょっと言葉遊びが過ぎるわよ。そろそろ反撃してもいいかなが最高傑作あなた、どこかのラノベか何かにかぶれすぎよ。
Is this a reference? Is this a inside joke? In the arbor brutally decorated by George's and Jessica's scattered blood and guts. Gap enjoyed a loud laugh for a while, but she quickly realized that in all seriousness this was a little too filthy and undignified. She snapped her fingers. As she did, a cloud of gold butterflies rose up around her, stuck to each of the bits and bloodstains and dropped them. Then George's corpse returned bit by bit, and the brutal corpse with its guts torn out was repaired into a clean corpse that looked like it was sleeping. Was this some act of sportsmanship towards a dead rival? The heavens were split, because Gap had lifted her leg high, pointing at the sky.
じゃあね、色男。これが本当の。
See you, lover boy. Take a last good shot of the hoo-ha before you die. Splat. Without a trace of mercy, that foot stepped out and was buried into George's forehead. The stiletto heel that was sharp as a weapon pierced George's forehead. With a bloop, it was pulled out. It was like a mark proving that Gap certainly had finished him by her own hand. Renov also returned Jessica's corpse to its original form, and unlike how it had been with George, he restored Jessica's life. So wait, does that mean the ceremony doesn't work anymore because they fucked it up, or am I just stupid? Is he just dead?
いいえ、違います。ジェシカ様は確かにお亡くなりになりました。最後の瞬間の記憶をよくご存知のはずだ。
Jessica's mind was burning. For some reason, she remembered being thrown somewhere and having George's heel smash her head.
いいえ、死んでいます。私の魔法でほんの3分ほど、それを先送りにしているに過ぎません。3分が過ぎれば魔法が終わり、あなたは無残な頭部半壊の死体に戻ります。
You have 3 minutes.
死は残酷です。多くの場合、心の整理さえ与えない。しかし私は、ここまで検討したあなたをたたえ、その時間を与えることにしました。その3分間で、この世の未練をよく整理されるといいでしょう。
その3分でお前を道連れにするという手もあるぜ。
But the power that had burned through Jessica's body until a second ago had been completely lost. Jessica was aware of that herself. She was already dead.
それでは私はこれにて失礼いたします。楽しかったですよ、ジェシカさん。
Renov turned his form into a cloud of gold butterflies and disappeared. All that remained was the sound of the wind and rain and the figure of Jessica as she crouched down, leaning against the wall. Jessica could tell. She probably really would revert to the corpse she had been after 3 minutes. Was there anything she could do in those 3 minutes? She stood up and with a shaky gait took the phone that was on the desk. George is dead! I'm gonna die in 3 minutes! You gotta get the fuck out of there!
ジェシカかジェシカどうした無事か
やられしまったぜ。
大丈夫か怪我をしてるのか今助けに行く
いや、もう遅いぜ。私さ、もう死んでるんだと。バトラーが来た時には、私は頭を半分ぶちまけた死体だよ。
クソじじいめ待ってろ今そこに行くからな
聞けよバトラー。いいか、よく聞け。幸田さんたちがどうして食堂で6人が殺された時のこと、歯切れが悪いのか ったんだ。仕方ねえだろ。
I freaking saw it,
あ
man.
いつらさ、ワープしたりバリア張ったり。
Like fucking Chris Angel.
どこの漫画だよ、アニメだよ。いや、マジでかなわねえぜ。最初からさ、戦うとか無理なんだよ。バトラが自慢してた棒仕掛けのやり程度で、とてもどうにかなる相手じゃねえぜ。
A line of blood dripped down from Jessica's forehead. How do you know? I hope he gets Renov.
テストか？
違う。敵はどうせ人間だと間違えるなよ。敵は人間じゃない。恐ろしい魔法を自在に扱える悪魔なんだ。そこを絶対に間違えるんじゃねえぜ。
It's just a way for Beatrice to make you think that they're human. Or not human. Is to have everyone else go, they're not human! A line of blood dripped down from Jessica's mouth as well. The left half of her head started hurting. Jessica realized that she was about to return to the corpse she had been. Let's just slip that right back in there for you.
黄金の魔女が蘇る。母さんたちが殺されて6人。これで第1の番。そして私とジョージ兄さんが死んで第2の番。あと5人殺されれば儀式は完成で魔女が蘇るってわけだ。父さんたち無事だといいな。もし無事じゃなかったらお前をテストするのは復活したてのベアトリーチェ自身ってことになるかもしれねえぜ。
Badler already didn't understand what Jessica was saying, but from her tone he realized that she knew she was about to die. So even though he didn't understand the situation, he urged her to give it her all. Make sure you give dying your all!
私はもう死んでるんだって。じゃあな。もう時間みたいだ。テスト頑張れよ。お前が当主になれるといいな。
And she's dead! Hooray! Fantastico! Badler's sorrowful voice could be heard from the dangling receiver. As she leaned against the wall in that corner, crouched down, Jessica's head had been half smashed. Quick, let's go out and look at their bodies.
ここは
これは井戸なのか。ここはどこなんだ。
Kyrie stuck her face out of the well, and then Kraus showed himself too. When he realized that they could see the back of the mansion from beyond a grove of trees, Kraus knew more or less where they were. To think that here, in a certain well, there had been a hidden underground passage, which led to a hidden mansion.
老体にはやはりこれは辛いですな。普段は別の場所からちゃんと階段で上がれるのです。
Well, if you care so much, get your ass back down there, and you just kick him down.
南條先生には後でいろいろとここの構造についてお教え願いたいものだ。シャノン、大丈夫かな。捕まりたまえ。
大丈夫です。カノン君、早く。
Cannon climbed up a ladder out of the shaft that was disguised as a well. It was probably quite deep. When he looked down for the first time, he realized how far he'd come up. Oh no! They're here! Run! Row! Bang! As Cannon was about to finally crawl over the wall, a hole the size of a basketball opened up in his chest. You fucking dicks! You can't just have him not fucking die! Everyone there looked through the hole in Cannon's chest to the scenery beyond. Cannon slumped backwards and was swallowed up into the depths of the well. Shannon! At that time, Kraus and Kairi and Nanjo certainly saw a golden curved line appear from the well and sew itself to the side of Shannon's head. Her head had been pierced. The three had witnessed it perfectly until it had shot out the opposite side, blowing it away. Shannon fell to her knees, blood gushing from both sides of her head, and flopped to the ground. We need to get the fuck out of here right now. As Nanjo doubled over in shock, stunned by how Shannon had died, the Chester sisters did not allow him to escape. Fuck Ajnan. A curved line again appeared from the well and pierced from Nanjo's forehead to the back of his head in an instant, sewing through him. Thump. And so, Nanjo passed away. Fucking run! Don't question shit! Fucking sprint! The well! The two dashed towards the back door of the mansion. Then, right as Kraus was about to shut the door behind him, a golden curved line appeared for the fourth time, piercing Kraus from the back of his head to his forehead and smashing that forehead. Damn, they're getting killed left and fucking right. Kraus's body leaned over, fell down, and drew a neat radial pattern with the inside of his head. Kairi ran wildly through the hallway, flew into some room, and locked the door. But even so, she wasn't even remotely convinced that this had saved her life. She would probably die soon. This was apparently one of the guest rooms. At that moment, Kairi's eyes fell on a phone on a side table. After hanging up the call from Jessica, Badler had been about to dash out. In that instant, the phone rang again. No! It's coming! At that time, right after she thought that the keyhole of the locked room might have glowed gold, a gold curved line drawing a helix. No, a golden sewing thread penetrated in from there at incredible speed and bored a hole into the floor by Kairi's feet. Oh, that's unusual. The enemy has sniped the other four one after another with extraordinary skill. Apparently really does have trouble shooting me between the eyes with a single shot while I'm holed up in this room. But the next strike will probably hit. At this point, Kairi finally remembered the first massive killing in the dining hall. That's right. This is what killed Rudolph and the rest, all 6 of them.
口を挟まないで最後まで聞いて。途中で急に電話が切れるかもしれない。そしたらその時は私が殺された時よ。
Then, Kyrie spoke about Kinzo appearing and the family conference starting, about the 6 being killed and the 5 of them being confined, about how she had escaped somehow and ran away to where she was now, and how everyone had finally been killed. It was all spoken dispassionately, with no dramatization, just as she'd seen it. She even spoke about how everyone except her had been killed and how she observed the moments of all their deaths, and how even now someone was trying to kill her.
この話をしている間にももう3度攻撃を受けている。鍵穴からおかしな黄金の糸みたいなのが飛び込んできて、くるくる回りながら私を狙ってくるの。最初は足元、次は肩の近く、さっきのは耳をかすったわ。狙いがだんだん正確になってくる。そろそろ私の眉間にズドンと来そうね。
逃げろキリエさん、逃げてくれ。
どこへよ。私ここまで逃げ延びてきて部屋に閉じこもって鍵までかけてるのよ。
The fuck is this? At least it's still not, what are these loser marks? No, I was gonna tell you they were fucking dead and then you cut me off. Wait, so that means literally Badler and Maria, Goda and Kumasawa are the only ones alive, and Goda and Kumasawa literally were fucking locked in a fucking shed. Kairi-san's voice had completely given up on her own life. Because Badler understood that, he couldn't stop the tears. This is Beatrice just telling Badler through fucking everybody dying, there are all witches, every single fucking one of them. This is 100% Beatrice making Kyrie tell him to believe, and Badler's like 100%, though Kyrie's like the one person Badler fucking trusts, like the most, I would think. I would like to think that the first version of this game was the only true version of events. Everything afterwards was just Beatrice trying to fuck with Badler. Oh! She got. They're toying with you. I treated you coldly because you were that bitch's daughter, kid. Oh, fuck! I felt as though I heard an incredible sound at the other end of the receiver. Then a noisy clacking sound, as though the receiver had fallen to the floor. Kairi-san never answered to the phone again. End of the chapter! Cause of the tragedy. You know what? I'm just gonna throw you out to the fucking wind. I don't know why I'm checking again. Okay. I'm not even gonna look at, you know what? I'll look at tips, but I'm not fucking looking at a bunch of other stuff. Oh my god. Ali Gray in 666. I read this. I know I read that at some point. These are references to modern Japanese fashion subcultures. Alice in the Graveyard references Alice and the Pirates, a gothic pirate punk Lolita fashion brand. What? 666 references the famous department and fashion store 109 in Shibuya, Japan's popular youth culture district. Finally, Devilish Pretty is a reference to Angelic Pretty, a very famous sweet Lolita fashion brand. What the fuck did I just read? And then, loser flags. The term flag here originally described an invisible state value in a game's coding, which is said to be tripped or triggered when the player takes some action that influences future events. The moment of the flag trip itself is usually not visible. It can only be detected through later changes in dialogue or events that signal to the player that they have impacted events or changed route. In casual usage of the term, and especially when applying the concept to a non-interactive medium, these moments that indicate clearly to the genre savvy that events are inexorably unfolding a certain way are themselves called flags. It is in this sense that the phrase loser flag is used here, to refer to the occurrence of a cliche that is almost always followed by a total failure for a character in a story. Hold on. I know this makes no sense to do this. I'm just checking if anything updated on anything. Fucking Lolita goth fashion. There's only one truth behind what happened that day. And I would like to believe that it's literally the first episode is the true events. None of this shit. Because this is too on the nose of Beatrice trying to make everybody believe in witches to tell Badler to believe in witches. I didn't read fucking any of what she just said. Exactly, it's too on the nose. Yeah, based off of what the third episode was, which was, oh hey, we're gonna fucking trick you. I'm gonna make you think I like you. And then we're gonna fucking completely ruin your fucking world. I don't believe that any of these events happened for an instant. First episode, second episode, maybe those events could have happened. Maybe a combination. Third and fourth, none of that fucking happened. So now 13 minutes story time. Yeah, sure, that's I'll find Beatrice. Yep, okay. We survived the ceremony, so we receive an invitation to the Golden Land from Beatrice. Over there, all wishes will be granted. If having your family killed is painful, then you just have to resurrect them. That's what I plan to do. I'll revive the really nice real mama, the one that isn't possessed by the Black Witch. So Mama will always be with me. There won't be any more overtime or working on days off. There's been something wrong with her. So Badler, here's a way to end this all. Give Maria the gun and tell her to fucking kill you.
魔女を信じろと言われたはずなのに。
Why would the fuck? Why the fuck would I do that?
こんなとこでマリアと口喧嘩してる場合じゃねえぜ。もう人質も何も誰も生き残っちゃいねえんだ。もうクソくだらねえ。おかしな儀式もゲームもおしまいだぜ。ここからは俺の好きにさせてもらう。まだ生きてる奴がいるかもしれない。
Go to Kumasawa. Go to Kumasawa. You locked them in the fucking shed. Does nobody know about them anymore? In a rage, Badler grabbed his hat, stand spear, and flew out of the room. Maria watched him go, looking bored.
ベアトリーチェがすぐに願いを叶えてくれるのに。バトラはバカ。
At that time, the phone rang out again. Maria stood up and grabbed the receiver.
もしもし。ほう。
It's Beatrice! Of course, the sound of the phone also reached Badler's ears as he was about to dash out of the house. With a violent forcefulness, he turned around and dashed into the cousin's room.
マリア、電話って誰からだ?
With a terrifying look on his face, Badler yelled at Maria, who was on the phone. You couldn't blame him. Right now, the only humans left alive on the island were himself, Maria, Goda, and Kumasawa. But there was no way those two could call after being locked up in the gardening storehouse, which meant there was only one person left. It had to be Kinzo. After continuing her pleasant chat with the person on the other end of the phone for a while, Maria slowly turned to face Badler. Then, with an unsettling expression on her face, she laughed. It felt almost as though the person on the other end of the line was chatting about Badler.
マリア、電話の相手は誰だ?
Are they calling from inside the house?
じいさまか?
Badler couldn't imagine that this was the case. After all, it was inconceivable that Maria would talk intimately with Kinzo, and that she would be chatting about Badler with that eerie smile on her face. So just what kind of person could be on the phone? Who could make Maria chat with a smile like that? At that time, in the back of his mind, the words Kyrie had spoken to him drifted up. If a witch does appear, there's no need to doubt it. Just believe that it exists.
バトラー、今帰ってきたよ。せっかちだよね。
マリア!
Laugh one more time and I'll put this Glock against the back of your skull. Who? Tell me! Who's the motherfucker speaking? After getting the consent of the person on the other end, she held the receiver out to Badler. Maria held the receiver out for him to take, so it was perfectly normal. Badler hesitated just a little bit before taking the receiver. After all, by accepting the existence of the person at the other end, he'd have no choice but to acknowledge them. Oh my god, it's Roman Reigns, the tribal chief! As Kyrie said, there is no longer any need to doubt that they exist. Badler took the receiver. As he did, Maria briskly left the room. Badler, who was a bit scared to find out for sure who was at the other end of the receiver, questioned Maria before taking the call.
おい! どこへ行くんだよ?
マリアのテストの場所
The test!
後ろ宮家の当主は
The fucking Scantrons, man.
どっちだろうね
Fill in the bubbles all the way, bitch, with a number 2 pencil, motherfucker.
殺されるぞ!
殺されないよ儀式はもう終わってるものそれに殺されても蘇らせてもらえるし当主になってもなれなくてももう私たちは黄金鏡に招いてもらえるじゃあねお先に
待てよ! マリア!
Badler stretched his hand out to Maria's back as she left, but the cord of the receiver that he was gripping stopped him, just like a chain. He readied himself. Badler put the receiver to his ear. Hola, ¿cómo estás? Feck! Let's go. No! We're not going! We're not going! We're not going! The fuck is this music? Look, I need to piss, so I'm gonna piss. I'll be right back. I'll mute the music, and you guys will be able to listen to whatever's going on right now. Happy Maria is great. There's an official metal version of this song too. Well, I require that metal song. I require the metal version. Just so we know, I require that. Screwed up, mocking English filled his ears. It was the voice of a woman he didn't know. Oh, we know her all too well. Who was it? The inside of his head was starting to freeze up. Who was it? Banger song. We don't talk about specialties, bitch. Your specialty is being a fucking bitch. Oh no, she's the mastermind behind it all. That last laugh didn't sound like it was aimed at Badler. It was almost as though Kinzo was right next to the phone, cackling as well. Say your name. Beatrice, you're goddamn right. This chapter is hype. You should be able to form some interesting theories after this one. Probably fucking not. Oh fuck! Beatrice! I'm going to Hawaii! Yes, we know you're a witch of 1,000 years, alright? Like, we understand the fucking sentiment there. Kinzo and Beatrice sat facing each other over the chessboard on the reception table. There is expensive cheese and snacks to go with drinks, and there are several empty wine bottles lined up. As Beatrice rolled around on the sofa in an unseemly way, she happily held a wine glass in one hand, and was probably completely drunk.
けるつもりだ。それをアビセっこして遊ぼうぜ。空き瓶で殴りっこもしよう。
Okay, concussions are a fun thing.
それは愉快だ。浮かれすぎであるぞ。ハメの外しすぎだ。
金蔵だって。わらわに再会できて嬉しいだろ。シャバだ。うつしおだ。わらわの肉体万歳。
さっきから何を騒いでるんだ。お前がベアトリーチェだとでも言うのか。
You're going to Hawaii too, Battler! Let's fucking go! We'll have a fucking Hawaii trip! 'Of what? Ingot of what?
ふざけるな。何がベア
Tony, cut this shit.
黄金の魔女だと。いい加減にしろ。どこにやがれ。そこにクソジジイも一緒にいるのか。てめえらまとめてぶっ飛ばしてやら。今どこにいやがるんだ。答えやれ。
なんだ、わらわに会いたいのか。モテる女はつれや。でも金蔵がいるときに口説くのはよせよ。これマジでやった価値はあるぜ。金蔵のいない二人っきりの時ならこっそり内緒で愛してやるからよ。
Take the offer. It might be the only action you see.
金蔵、気が変わった。マリアのテストにわらわは行かない。そなたが行け。
なんと気まぐれな。ではお前がバトラーをテストするというの
No,
か。
don't. Fucking don't. Do not. Do not. Badler's like the main character. Do not fucking go there.
キュンときちゃうんだよ。安心しろよ。浮気なんかしないって。
Let's go. Let's not go.
になるのは今だけ。わらわはいつだって
Let's just end the episode here and call it good. Roll credits.
もうわら
Say the full title. Umineko when they cry. Even Umineko no Naku Koro ni would work. Including the bottom, Rondo of the Witch and Reasoning. And then we're done. Alright, roll credits.
黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェが自ら執り行ってやる。バトそうだ。この屋敷の正面玄関にてバトラー次期もう一つマジで頑張ってくれ。
It's gonna turn into a first-person shooter, and I'm just gonna start. It's gonna be like fucking Doom 64 or some shit. It's gonna be like the first Doom. Which isn't the first Doom, I just said a Doom title.
わらわ独り占めにさせてもいいんだ。わらわを支配しておくれよ。
Badler, do not take that offer. That offer is mine.
屋敷の玄関だな。さ
I'm in a love-hate relationship with Beatrice. Absolutely fucking despise her, but she's hot. I'm tapped out. I'm tapping out. I'm tapping out. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. Alright. Okay. Badler impulsively slammed the receiver down. There's no need to talk through it anymore. I'll meet her face to face and settle this. I took the spear I'd made from the hat stand and went outside without even an umbrella. It's hard to imagine that the young woman calling herself Beatrice was waiting for me alone. I should probably assume that, as Goda-san and the rest said, she'll be waiting with supporting troops. Going alone would be too reckless. I headed for the gardening storehouse first. I need all the help I can get. Goda-san is big, so I could probably count on him for some firepower. Kumasawa's knowledge and familiarity with the terrain as a senior servant might become a huge weapon. Both of them have master keys, and they know more about the mansion than I do. They'll be pretty reliable allies. As I banged on the shutter and called out for them to open it, I remembered that there was nothing they could do from the inside. I would have to get the key back from them before opening the door. I rounded the corner, knocked on the small latticed window there, and opened it. The scene in the shed lit up by a dim light bulb was very strange. They're fucking dead? From a low ceiling beam hung two thick ropes. And at the ends, Goda-san and Kumasawa-san were hanging by their necks. Damn, Double O really fucking taking out her frustrations of getting lynched, so she has to lynch other people? Holy fuck. Thumbnail if I guess YouTube is willing to have two people hanging from their fucking necks as a thumbnail? It was dim and cramped because of the various pieces of equipment strewn about, so I couldn't make out the situation clearly. But when they showed, not even a tremor after I called out to them. And because of their way, the loops around their necks seemed to carry the full weight of their bodies. I could sense no trace of life from them. Beatrice on a killing spree. Is this Beatrice? Did Beatrice fucking lynch them? Like, I feel like at this point this is just suicide. The shutter was still closed, and there was only a single key, which had supposedly been given to Goda-san. So how would the culprit open the shutter and kill both of them inside? Does he not understand that people can fucking kill themselves? No, wait, they weren't necessarily killed. If this is a suicide, the way this closed room makes sense, but I don't know why they would hang themselves and commit suicide. Probably because of what they saw. They saw some crazy shit, and they were like, I don't know if we can fucking do anything about this. We're gonna have to just fucking end it on our terms. Feebly, I slumped down on the spot. Now, the only humans alive on this island are me, Maria, and that damn geezer. No, there's also that insane woman calling herself Beatrice. There's Maria, who had acted like this witch's ally from the beginning. And that geezer, the ringleader who revived the witch. And the witch herself. What the hell? By now, I might as well be the only one on this island. Using my pole as a cane, I feebly rose. Damn, I can't do it like this. I've got to avenge everyone. Might as well cry while I can. So that my frail emotions will be squeezed out with my tears. Then, I straightened up and gazed into the darkness in the direction of the mansion. At the entrance to the mansion, the witch is waiting. I'll go and settle this. I'll find the source of this weird, insane night and crush her with my own hands. Amidst the pouring rain, I walked through the rose garden without an umbrella, letting myself get soaked. I could see the arbor on the other side. According to Jessica, it seemed that George Aniki had also been killed. Well, by this point, there's no need to worry about the lives of any hostages. I left the path aiming for the arbor. Then, I saw George Aniki's weather-beaten corpse.
兄貴。畜生。
The corpse was in front of the arbor. Thumbnail. There's a lot of fucking thumbnail. If he had died under the arbor, he might have at least been spared being beaten down upon by the rain. And Aniki's forehead was gaping holes, though he'd been shot with a gun. Perhaps because the rain had washed everything away, his face wasn't covered with blood, so he looked almost like he was sleeping. However, his clothes were stained a deep red, and there were still signs that a large amount of blood had flown out. How happy I'd be if he were sleeping, or else pretending to be dead. But even though the rain sprayed against Aniki's eyes, they remained open. And the hole in his forehead was no joke, but absolutely real. There had been a faint chance. To even go to San and Kumasawa-san hanging by their necks in the gardening shed had been them playing a bad joke. But that naive possibility had now been completely denied. And, as I looked at this corpse, I became completely sure. Just as Goda-san had once said, the enemy had come to take lives like pieces on a chessboard.
ああ、間違いない。クソじじいと魔女は俺たちの命なんて。本当にその程度にしか思ってないらしい。
That damn witch said something over the phone. Something about us being on the game board.
仕事を出せ。そうかよ。こいつはゲームのつもりかよ。
Wait, this is a game?
お前らがみんなをゲームみたいに殺したように、俺がお前らをゲームのように殺してもいいわけだよな。組を洗ってやがれ。
Big brain.
ベアトリーチェ。
The lightning caused the mansion's vast shadow to rise up. Finally, the mansion. As the massive shape came into view, there was no silhouette of any person. It seemed that there were any underlings waiting for me in a pack or anything like that. According to Kairi-san, there were massive amounts of attendants with goat heads. At least for now, I couldn't sense. A large group of them hiding and staring at me. What's this? Beneath the roof of the entrance, there's something set down.
なんだよ、これは。箱。
It looked like the kind of small box that girls often keep trinkets in. Or maybe it was the same kind of extravagant cigar case you'd find in a reception room. Either way, it didn't look like something that should be here. It clearly looked as though I was being told to open it. But for some reason, opening something being offered to me was irritating. However, it didn't look like we'd get anywhere if I didn't open it. Could it be that it's a setup with some trap to make it explode when opened? Thinking things like that, forgetting even to come under the overhang, I continued to glare at the box, still beaten down upon by the rain. Then, mixed in with the thunder, was some kind of music? It sounded like that. It was the tone of the big clock in the hall announcing 2400. Holy shit! We're really close to what fucking day it is. Or what time it is. Fuck. It was also a sound announcing that this insane day, October 4th, had finally ended. And that the much more incredibly insane day of October 5th had begun. That sound quieted. And I could hear an eerie laugh coming out of nowhere. I got the feeling that the voice was coming from the heavens. And I looked up at the sky. What I saw there was a woman I'd never seen before. No. It's not true that I never saw her before. I saw her once today. Yes, in the portrait inside the mansion. The clothes were different, but that face was just like the witch of the portrait. Ah, who am I kidding? I already know who this person is. Thumbnail!
てめえがベアトリーチェ
Thumbnail. From the second floor balcony, leaning out under an umbrella and waving high-spiritedly, was, without a doubt, the witch of the portrait, Beatrice. Was the plan for the boss to take a bird's-eye view and let the goat underlings torture me to death? I adjusted my grip on the spear, and, imagining goats creeping out of the nearby shadows in the entrance and surrounding me, I raised my guard in all directions.
安心しろよ。ここにはわらわとお前以外の誰もいねえぜ。ヤギの家具どももいなければ、悪魔の執事もお師匠様も、我が親友の悪魔もいない。そして、我が肉体の蘇生を手伝う黄金の蝶たちもいなければ、魔法陣もない。召喚者の立ち会いもない。
Why do I not believe you?
そなたにわかるかな
You're human?
さっぱりだぜ。寝言言ってる。
そなたとは確かにこの世界でも何度か会えてはきたのだ。まるですれ違うかのように。知っての通り、この人間どもの世界はただ貴様らが存在しわらわを疑うだけで、それは膨大な毒素となる。まるでそなたというキングに対して守りを固める堅牢な
Fucking stop with chess!
それをわらわは何度もゲームを重ね、駒を一つずつ
This is the one thing I would take out of this fucking thing, is the constant chess references.
攻撃を切り崩している。そしてようやくわずかな隙間を開き、そこからわらわはビショップを送り込み、そなたのすぐ近くに近づけるようになった。しかし知っての通り、ビショップは資格のある駒だ。黒のビショップはそなたが黒きマスにとどまる限り絶大な影響力を発揮するんだ。そなたがひょいと白きマスに一歩逃れれば、わらわはそなたの隣に接することはできても接触することはかなわぬのだ。だからわらわはそなたが白きマスにとどまれぬようさまざまな駒を送り込む。そなたの隣の黒きマスを支配するわらわの前に弾き出されるようにゲームを進めてきたのだ。しかし今やそなたの城壁はぽっかりと穴を開け、わらわはビショップではなくとうとうクイーンを送り込むことができた。クイーンがどういう駒か知っているか。
飛車プラス角だろ。言いてえことは後悔。今やお前は黒い魔女幻想のマスだけでなく、白い人間世界のマスにまで自由に侵食できるようになった。
Oh, Rookship.
その通り。そなたはわらわの眷属である黄金の蝶たちが存在するマスのことを魔女幻想と呼び、観測者なき非現実と仮定して否定してきたのだろう。知っておるぞ。だからこそわらわはこうしてとうとう白きマスへ降臨した。安心しろよ。黄金の蝶もヤギたちも悪魔も魔女も後でいっぱい呼んでやるぜ。そなたが望むならわらわの黄金鏡へ招待してやる。そこで何でも願いを叶えてやろうぞ。
どうやらこの島のチェス盤はインク壺でもぶっかけちまったみたいだな。
なるほど。それも愉快な表現よ。すぐにそなたもそのインクに染まるぞ。やがては真っ黒に染まり、必ず黒きキングになる。そなたは今やインクの海に溺れる哀れな存在であるな。
Joke's on you, bitch. I swim in ink every night.
いや違う。島がてめえのインク壺で全て真っ黒に染まっちまったことは認めるが、白いマスはまだ残ってるぜ。
ほう、どこ？
俺の足の裏にだぜ。お前の魔法のインクが島中を覆い尽くそう。 しめる足の裏までは覆えない。いけん。この島が真っ黒に染まろうと。
I am me and me am I.
白いマスをこうして踏みしめて立っている。
I'm waiting for a laugh. It's strange. Till a second ago, I was shivering all over. But now that she's appeared openly right before my eyes like this, my terror has actually lessened. Interesting. Ghosts are more terrifying when you can only sense them. When you can see them and they have a face you can plant your fist into, there's nothing scary about it. However, she definitely isn't an interesting or a friendly person. She can kill me instantly by snapping her fingers while rolling around giggling. Whether we interpret the result of her snapping her fingers as magic flying at me or underlings showing up to shoot me, doesn't matter. Anyway, whether this is fantasy or mystery, I'm gonna wait for the better thumbnail because the text isn't in the corner. That queen is in a position where she can kill me by just snapping her fingers. I see, so this means she's the queen of this island, who reigns over both the white and black squares.
さあ、この雨の中、そなたが風邪をひくまで待つのも面白い。そろそろ本題に入る。そこに箱があるのがわかる。そなたへのテストはその中に入っている。
待ちな。俺はもう今さら次期当主が誰かなんてくだらねえゲームには興味ねえぞ。俺のゲームはクソジジイとお前とみんなを殺した奴ら全員にそれぞれ顔面パンチをぶち込むことだ。
I don't understand that reference.
ほう、わらわのこのバルコニーまで空を飛び上がってくるというのか。それはよい。
Somehow I got the Dragon Ball reference through only watching Dragon Ball Super.
ならばほら、早く来いよ。ほらほら、パンパン。
絶対安全な場所に嫌がるからって余裕ぶっこきやがって。今からそこに行くぞ。首を洗って待ってやがれ。
あん、ダメダメ。鍵がかかっているぞ。もちろん窓もすべて鎧戸を下ろしてある。そなたが短期で切り込めるほどわらわの城は脆くはない。
I tried opening the door to the entrance anyway, but it really was locked. When I looked around, I noticed that the shutters were closed on the windows after all. Normally, those wouldn't be closed. God-san and Kumasawa-san probably had master keys, but they were in the closed room of the gardening shed. I can only give up for now.
そんなにわらわのすぐ隣に来たいのか。いいぞ。そなたがテストに見事合格できたら越見を許そうではないか。合格ということはそなたこそが次期当主、そしてわらわの次なる主。わらわの肉体も魂もどう扱おうとそなたの自由。
Badly, that's not your offer, that's mine. I'm taking it.
後宮家の家具なのだから。
I will fight you for this fucking chance, Badler. I am fucking serious.
テストってやつをどうしてもやらせたいらしいな。いいぜ。受けて立ってやら。合格したら最初のご褒美はてめえに顔面パンチだぜ。
それは怖い怖い。だが暴力に支配されるのも嫌いではないぞ。わらわの頭を
Never mind, Badler. You can take her. You can fucking take her. She's a freak. She is fucking freaked. You can take her. She fits you more.
若き日の金蔵をもう一度思い出させておくれ。わらわにこの1000年の生涯でただ一度支配され屈服し家具に落ちる喜びを
Oh my god.
あの日のことを思い出させてくれ。
This is an MMA fight, dude. What the fuck?
酔っ払いね。
Ignoring the stupidly smiling witch, I picked up the box.
それを開く。
Oh my god, is it Schrodinger's cat box? Schrodinger's pussy?
それを読むのだ。
I opened it. There was a faint smell of cigarettes. Apparently, it really had originally been a cigar case. But there are no cigarettes or cigars inside. Instead, there was a Western envelope with the one-winged eagle crest. And when I opened that too, there was a letter inside. I looked up at the witch. She was grinning down at me. It seemed she was looking forward to seeing what kind of reaction I'd have to the contents. Damn, just perfect. Its contents were something like this. Among the 3 mentioned below, in order to gain 2, sacrifice 1. Your life, blank's life, everyone else's lives. Who the fuck is blank? If you do not choose one, all of the above will be lost.
なんだこりゃ。
Okay, I pick number 2, and I'm killing Joe Schmo that I know from down the street when he was a bitch to me. There you go, I gave you your fucking answer. He was an asshole. Why would I pick anything else?
随分と物騒なことが書かれてるぞ。それより、2番目が空欄になってて、誰の命か分かりゃしねえ。
うん。その2番には、そのものの最も愛する者の名が入る。ジェシカのテストにはカノンの名。ジョージのテストにはシャノンの名が入った。彼らについては思い人がはっきりしていたから、あらかじめ名前を記入してやれもしたが、そなたの思い人をわらわは知らん。だから誰の名を書けばいいやらわからず、空欄とさせてもらった。
そいつはちょうどいいや。愛してるぜ、ベアトリーチェ。お前の名前をここに突っ込んでやる。だから俺が選ぶ選択肢は2番だ。これでいいか？
おいおい、茶化すな茶化すな。
Badler fucking understands.
頼むよバトラー。お前の思い人の名をわらわに教えてくれよ。じゃないとテストにならぬではないか。
悪いな。俺に特定の女はいねえぜ。
I'm a man of a million
誰
ladies.
がお前なんぞに話すもんか。
そういうことでは、このテストはそなたに成立せぬ。残念残念。
I finally get to see this fucking scene.
好みくらいは気になったのだがな。
俺が黒髪長髪のまな板少女がいいって言ったらどうするよ。
Each to a man with his own. Each to a man with his own.
このおっぱいソムリエが金髪のダイナマイトバディがいいんだろ。わらわがまさに理想の体現ではないか。
お前の3サイズを当てるのが次期投手のテストだってんなら喜んで挑戦してやるぜ。
そうそう。
Let's go, Badler. Let's take the guess.
そなたと喋るのが楽しくて、ついついさっきから脱線してしまうわ。それでは、次期投手のテストを始める。そなたに、後宮家次期投手としての資格があるかどうかを問う。心して答えるがよい。
The witch, who had been joking around like she was drunk until a second ago, suddenly regained her dignity. She looked as though she truly had stepped out of that the majestic portrait.
我こそは、後宮家顧問錬金術師。黄金の魔女にして無限の魔女、ベアトリーチェ。後宮家の家督と、我が黄金のすべてを継承する資格があるかどうか。それを我々が問う。
Yes? Is this a part of the test?
そなたを名乗るがよい。
Sean Tyler!
バトラー。
When faced with a dignity you wouldn't have imagined from your appearance a short while ago, I answered without any hesitation. And from that, yes, I see. I could tell why she's worthy of calling herself the true queen of this island.
よろしい。後ろ宮バトラよ。しかしそなたはその後ろ宮の名をこの6年捨てたである。
Well, I wasn't Ushiromiya to begin with. Because I didn't like this fucking family.
クソ親父に愛想が尽きたからさ。
知っている。父親の再婚がそなたの敬愛する母親の死を冒涜したように感じたからであろう。なるほど。新しき母はそなたと何
Here we go. No, we don't go. We stay. We stay. We don't fucking go anywhere.
わからぬでもない。しかし父親が誰と再婚しようともそなたとの血のつながりは変わらぬのではないか。
何が言いてえ。
父親の再婚に反対するという父親を独占したいがゆえのそなたの幼稚も多少の理解はしよう。しかしそれに反抗するために後ろ宮の名を捨てるは家と血に対する冒涜ではない。
I don't know. I'm not in this family. Who the fuck are you asking, Beatrice? I thought I was taking the turn. No.
後ろ宮の名を捨てる資格もそなたにあったというの。
お前には関係ねえ。俺と親父の問題だ。
後ろ宮の名はお前と父親だけのものではない。お前は知らぬ女に父親を奪われることを許さず反抗しただけの幼稚だ。後ろ宮家の席を捨て去ったこの6年間そなたが後ろ宮家に泥を塗りし短からぬ年月その罪深きを知るがいい。
幼稚では悪かったな。
しかし祖父母の死を境とはいえよくぞ後ろ宮に席を戻した。よってその罪を自ら見そぐ機会をそなたに与える。今こそそなたが6年前の罪をあがなう時。さあさあ思い出してごらんなさい。自らの罪をそれを思い出し告白し懺悔せよ。それこそわらわがそなたに与えるテストである。
At that time, a massive thunderclap rang out, making my mind go blank.
懺悔せよってなんだよ。謝れって言いたいのかよ。
もうテストは始まっているぞ。そなたの好きに考えるがよい。
The witch's expression did not look like a person forcing a tough question on someone and sneering at them. She was asking seriously, and he could even sense a quiet determination. Even though the rain fell on Badler, he did not shift his eyes from that gaze. The witch threw her umbrella away. She abandoned herself to the falling rain, so that the rain would fall on her until Badler answered that question. She had chosen to let the rain fall on her as well until he reached an answer. For some reason, Badler understood that. And yet, he didn't understand.
いや、まあそれを言われりゃ幼稚だったとは思うぜ。何のかんの言ったって親父に育ててもらった恩は親父が再婚したからってチャラになるもんじゃねえ。親父は養育費は常に送り続けてくれたそうだし、学校の行事にも参加したいと言っててくれたそうだ。それを俺が絶対に来させるなとじいちゃんたちに言ってたから来させなかっただけで。確かにそりゃ俺の幼稚な反抗だったとバッサリ言われりゃそれまでだぜ。いやでもよ、ならよ、おふくろの後ろ宮アスムの無念は誰が晴らすんだ。おふくろはあんなにも献身的に俺たち家族に尽くし頑張ってくれたんだぜ。なのに親父はキリエさんと浮気もしていた。園児を身ごもらせてさえいた。それで出産に合わせて駆け込むかのように籍を入れたんだ。それがおふくろへの裏切りでなくて何なんだよ。 おふくろの無念は誰が晴らすんだよ。だがお前の言う通りでもあるさ。浮気は事実でも俺を育ててくれた恩は確かにあった。
You said that already?
それを相殺して俺が家を出ていくというので十分問題ねえじゃねえかよ。そうさ、俺にはおふくろの代わりに親父をぶん殴る権利が、いや義務があったはずなんだぜ。それを俺は許した。何も言わずに出て行って初めから俺なんていなかったことにしてやった。親父も俺のことなんか忘れてキリエさんやエンジェと新しい家族を始めた。それで丸く収まってるじゃねえか。
But since then, 6 years have passed. Time healed the anger. Kairi-san understood my anger. Even so, she tried to interact with me, even if it meant tearing her heart apart. Ange didn't know anything about the situation, and even though I lived in a separate house, she was raised believing that I was a real big brother and loved me as if it were true. Dad casually said to come home anytime I wanted.
だんだんバカらしくなってきたんだよ。そろそろ俺も頭を冷やしてもいいかなって思ったんだ。だから俺は親父が謝ったら全部水に流すと言ってやったんだ。じいちゃんの葬式の日に。そしたらあいつ本当に畳に両手をついて詫びやがったよ。信じらんねえくらいに情けない格好だった。あの格好つけた親父が本気で頭を下げやがったんだぜ。それを見たらなんだかもうバカらしくなっちまった。きっとおふくろもそう思っただろうぜ。おふくろは俺と親父が喧嘩をするといつも笑いながら仲裁してくれて、なんだそんなくだらないことで喧嘩をしていたのと笑ってくれた。俺はおふくろがそう言って笑っているのを感じたんだよ。だから許すとまでは言えなかったけど、もう一度ゼロから始めてもいいかなって思ったんだよ。それで6年前に全てを巻き戻すことにした。それで後ろ宮家に席を戻したんだよ。俺も6年間泣き怒り悩み抜いた。ひょっとするとそれは親父もそうだったろうし、死んだおふくろもそうだったかもしれない。あるいはキリエさんやエンジェもそうだったかもしれない。だからゼロに戻し後ろ宮バトラに戻ったんだ。それは俺たち家族の問題であって、後ろ宮家とかそんなのは何も関係ねえ。それを罪だと断じる資格はお前にないし、それをお前に懺悔する義務も俺にはない。もしそれを本当にすべき相手がいたとしたら、それはお前がもう全員殺した。だから俺は何も謝らない、懺悔しない。それが俺のこのテストへの答えだ。
My answer for this test is I don't give a shit about this family.
それだけか。
何？
Part of me had fully responded to her provocation, and I'd supposedly vented out all the stuff I'd kept inside my chest, stuff I hadn't wanted to show anyone. That was what the witch had supposedly been expecting, and yet the witch's blank expression didn't change in the slightest. I'd been sure she'd start cackling and guffawing, staring at my childish, foolish, and shameful past, but to the contrary, I could feel a sense of disgust about her, something you could almost call disappointment.
それだけも何も俺は洗いざらいをぶちまけたぜ。何が不満なんだよ。
まだ罪の清算が足りん。
清算？なんだよ。親父みたいにここに土下座して謝れってのかよ。
違う。お前たち家族のお前の家での話になど興味はない。ここはどこだ？六軒島だ。後宮本家の本宅である。この場所にふさわしいそなたの思い出すべき罪があるのではないか。
他に俺に罪があるってのかよ。
思い出せ。
Another one!
後宮バトル。そしてそれを思い出せぬことがそなたの罪だからこそ せたなら許そう。それを思い出すことはそなたへの贖罪のテストである。
思い出せって言われてもよ。
How tired is this motherfucker? He's probably been awake this whole time.
悪いがベアト、俺には身に覚えがさっぱりだ。なんだか6年前の俺がお前に迷惑をかけたみたいな雰囲気だが、俺はお前とは今回の親族会議が初対面のはず。確かにお前の伝説は6年前の当時にも存在していたが、俺との面識は当時にはなかったはずだ。
無論である。6年前の六軒島においてわらわはまだ権限していない。
なら俺に何の罪があるってんだ。俺にお前に対する罪が何かあるってのか。
同じことを二度言わせるの。わらわは6年前には権限しておらぬ。そなたと面識などあろうはずもない。そなたという世界において存在しないも同じだ。
Bito's cold eyes felt as though they were pursuing some kind of sin. At a glance, it felt as though she still hated me for something I'd done to her, that she blamed me for. However, I naturally didn't have a clue when Bito had said it herself. 6 years ago, there was no link between us. 6 years ago, no person called Beatrice existed for me.
ヒントくらい出せよ。その罪とやらは俺とお前に関係がある。
わらわは6年前にはそなたと縁がない。わらわのことはいい加減に考えから外せというのだ。なぜわらわへの罪だと思うの。
お前の目さ。
ほう。
お前の目がさ、わびろって俺に囁いてくるんだよ。だが俺はお前なんか6年前に縁はねえし、それはお前も認めたはずだ。本当なのか。本当に俺とお前の問題ではないのか。
I wish I understood anything.
わらわとそなたの問題など全く関係ない。
だがよ、お前の目がそうだと言ってるんだよ。だから俺にはさっぱりわからねえ。赤で言えるか。お前が思い出すと言っている罪が俺とお前の間のものではないと宣言できるか。
よかろう。
The sin I am now demanding that you remember is not between Ushura, Mia Badler, and Beatrice. I am not fucking writing that down.
なぜそんな目で俺を見る。
Just so you know. It doesn't make sense to write down.
わからぬ。わらわはそなたをこうして淡々と見つめているだけだ。それをそなたがそう感じるというのならば、それはそなたにそう感じる何かがあるのではないか。
俺に何の罪があるってんだ。
後ろ宮バトラには罪がある。
どんな罪だってんだ。
See, now that makes more sense to write
書
down.
いたとかごまかしたとかくだらねえ罪だろ。
そなたの罪だ。人が死ぬ。
Now that makes more sense to write down.
嘘つけ。俺は誰も殺してなんかいない。
Here, I'm just gonna draw a fucking line under this. So B has sin that is making people die. Right? That's essentially what that was. Badler has a sin. Because of your sin, people die. So B has sin that is making people die. And then since we're busy doing the fucking red truce again, I might as well write down that the sin does not involve Beatrice. Doesn't involve Beto. Didn't expect. It's been like 3 episodes since I've written shit down. Because of your sin, people die. Yes. Because of Badler's sin, it's making people die. Which, I don't fucking know how that's true in the fucking slightest. So you still haven't proven anything to me that these red truths are truths.
じゃあ言えよ。俺が誰を殺した？いつ？誰を？どうやって？
そなたの罪によりこの島の人間は大勢死ぬ。誰も逃さず全て死ぬ。
It's making people die. Humans on our all die. No one lives. Due to sin. Due to sin. All right. Because of Badler, everybody dies! Oh my god! You know what? I think that calls for something fucking special. Do you know what your sin is? It isn't because you ate the forbidden fruit. Do you know what your sin is? It isn't because you listened to the serpent. You still don't know what is the sin. Then that itself is your sin. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Look, I don't understand this Bible reference. Look, like I said, this calls for something special. I'm gonna mute desktop audio while I'm preparing that something special. No, I don't want the fucking... I'm getting there, I'm getting there. Hold on, we just gotta wait a tiny bit. Alright, we're ready. I don't know if you're gonna be able to hear it, but I'll make sure to turn it up. Everybody dies? Everybody dies? It doesn't mean you carried out to Ev because you committed a sin from an imperfection in the cogs that stretched back a full 6 years of distortion was created. Fucking question marks. I don't know what that is. How the fuck would Badler be involved?
じめってことでしぶしぶと六軒島まで来たんじゃねえか。別に俺は今日ここへ来る義理なんてなかったんだ。その俺が帰ってきてそれが理由で惨劇が起こった。じゃあなんだ、俺が帰ってこなけりゃ誰も死なずに済んだってのか。赤で言えよ。俺がもし帰ってこなかったらこのおかしな殺人事件は起こらなかったと赤で言えるのかよ。言えるわけねえさ。お前が全ての犯人なんだからな。苦笑要求。後宮バトラがもしも六軒島に戻ってこなかったら事件は起こらなかった。言えるものなら言ってみろ。言えねえだろ。言えやしないのさ。犯人はお前なんだ、俺じゃない。勝手にその責任を俺になすりつけるんじゃねえ。答えろよ。赤で苦笑してみろってんだ。
Where's Ange?
事件に俺の存在なんか関係ないのさ。
Isn't Ange supposed to be helping Badler?
俺を混乱させるんじゃねえ。
Oh yeah, Sean. I began to remember the coldness of the raindrops that kept pounding me. What? The rain earlier just hurt, but now I felt a tormenting cold from those raindrops.
思い出すことはないの。
You gotta give me fucking hints, lady. Oh, she mad.
言いたいことがあるなら言えよ。俺に恨みがあるなら堂々と言えばいい。思い出せなんていやらしい言い方をするんじゃねえ。
もう一度聞く。何も。つまり
No.
思い出せぬと。
ああ、何にも思い出せねえな。
Do something.
何も思い出せぬというか、これにて未練は尽きたが。
Wait. Here's the hint. You already know what Badler's sin is. You've seen it before.
かけねば未練
That.
が残る。
Huh! There's a lot of things I've seen before. I don't fucking know.
そうかもしれない。
Let me fucking read some shit. So Beatrice is talking to herself. Okay. Regrets at an end, indeed. Even a hopeless bet can leave behind regrets if you do not take it. That's enough. The betting itself has meaning. Smiley face. You fucking ass. So he says that he can remember nothing, but this are your regrets. It's something with fucking Beatrice. Beatrice is lying. Twitch, Twitch, Twitch. Chat, bot, face man. What the fuck? It's involving Beatrice. There's no way it doesn't. She's fucking lying. Look at that face. Look at the face in the background that's faded out. That fucking anger.
そなたはどうする。
Exist.
さあな。わらわはもう何の興味もない。
The sin has nothing to do with Beatrice. But look at her. Like, what? Then what regrets would she have? You can't tell me it has nothing to do with her when literally it says Beatrice did not exist 6 years ago. Look, look. So he says that he can remember nothing. With this are your regrets at an end. Indeed. What fucking regrets would she have if it doesn't relate to Badler? It makes no fucking sense. This is not good fucking storytelling. I'm sorry. I don't care if it's I don't know. Oh, you gotta read it like 8 more times to understand this one scene.
後のゲームわらわが引き継ぐ。そなたは休む。
What the fuck is this?
後のことはすべてわらわが終わらせる。そなたはすべてを忘れて枕に顔をうずめる。羽の布団はそなたをすべてから優しく守ってくれるだろう。後片付けを
What is that, Ange?
任せよ。後のことはすべて任せ。眠れ。
The witch who had questioned Badler hid herself, and the other witch who had appeared from behind remained. The only explanation I can think of right now is it's Ange, and she's like, "Oh hey, you fucking left me behind. That was your fucking shit." But she wasn't fucking born 6 years ago, I don't think. Was she? How old is Ange at the time of fucking Rakinjima? Okay, she's 18, 12 years before. So that means she would be 6. She would literally be 6. If my math is right, which it is, she would be 6 at the time of Rakinjima. So that means 6 years ago, at this time, Ange would not be alive. So so it's not Ange. What the fuck? She certainly was identical, the same witch, but her expression was somehow different and ice cold. Completely removed from the one who, despite seeming drunk up until then, had been in high spirits. Ange is not the culprit, Lamau. You gotta admit, that was a good theory for like 5 seconds. I don't fucking know. I don't know. I just don't. The 6-year-old didn't murder everyone. Well, I wasn't saying the 6-year-old murdered people. I was saying that Ange could be the sin. Look, just so you know, fuck this game. Fuck all the theories I had. I don't fucking care. I don't know what's going on. I'm fucking done. Writing shit down. I'm fucking done. I have no fucking clue. You say you fucking seen this before. Do you realize how long this series has been going? I will fucking tell you. I will fucking tell you the first time I streamed this fucking game. The first time I streamed this was fucking April 24th. It's been almost a full fucking year. I don't know what's happening with this shit. That is too long for me to fucking remember anything. It's December 5th. I started this April 24th. No, I'm never gonna figure it out. The witch did not answer. Her eyes were as ice cold as Badler's shoulders. She was now clearly a different person since the time she'd first appeared on that balcony. He was lacking critical information. I'm always lacking critical information. That fucking battle scene that you said one of my theories was close of, I still don't know what fucking theory was. The only theory I know is fucking Austin theory, and I already told him to get the fuck out of here, so I have no theory. The witch gazed into my eyes and gave 2 small shakes of the head. Even without words, I was able to gather that she was expressing some kind of disappointment. Without saying anything, the witch turned on her heels. After that, only Badler remained, the cold rain still beating down on him. When is this fucking over? I want this done. I want this done so when I come back to this, it's even a longer amount of time so I don't fucking know anything anymore. The study was in the middle of a lively party. It seemed that Gap was making fun of Virginia, having tripped her up in some stupid way. They were spitting Leah, Leah, Leah and Gap, Gap, Gap at each other. With this as a sideshow, Kinzo Renov had opened a new bottle. It seemed like Kinzo was dead drunk. Facing Beto, who had returned, he left with the same level of tension as the time they left for the tests. However, Renov and Virginia instantly noticed the change in enthusiasm. Gap also froze her expression and went silent.
悪くない。ロノウェ、早速準備
Renov, fetch a whole fucking cow.
バトラのテスト結果は後だ。まずはスペアリブで乾杯といこうではないか。
お前が丸焼きになるがよい。
Holy fuck!
何？
The witch, who had spoken bluntly, coldly passed by Kinzo's side as he doubled over laughing in a great mood. Then, behind the witch's back, the old summoner's body suddenly went up in flames. Oh, I get to see this again. Renov is a legend. He would roast a whole cow. No, he's a legend for being able to produce a whole cow. As crimson flames spat from his eyes, mouth, nose, every hole in his body, Kinzo rolled around. Even though it was a terrible hellfire, it didn't burn anything except Kinzo. Kinzo didn't have a clue what was going on. Unable to understand why Beatrice, who had been in such a good mood, had suddenly turned so cold, he rolled around. The dancing silhouettes of the witch and demons created by that massive rolling torch looked like a group of excited spectators around a burning at the stake. Why is Kinzo burned in every episode? Because he's a fucking idiot. I don't fucking know. However, the eyes of the demons who watched over it were indifferent. When Kinzo finally stopped moving, the fire disappeared, leaving a pitch-black corpse. It's probably a reference to fucking hell, and now he's gonna burn in hell because he was dealing with the fucking occult or some shit. When Kinzo finally stopped moving, the fire disappeared, leaving a pitch-black corpse. The inside of the room was commanded by the stillness of the sound of the rain.
どうなさいましたか、お嬢様。
今日のサム、その邪魔な燃えかすを片付けよ。
Beatrice's expression was unbelievably indifferent. There was an iciness that might easily bring the others to the same fate as Kinzo if they annoyed her.
私が片付けるわ。
Gat made a jet black pitfall, swallowed up Kinzo's If she hadn't carried that out quickly, Gat might also have been burned. You could even feel that thirst for blood. No, thirst for blood probably isn't the best way to describe it. Just like hummus don't have any particular emotion when they step on an ant while they're walking. That was how much unconsciously and mercilessly Beto was now filled with a brutal emptiness that wouldn't hesitate at burying a passerby.
どうしたのです？
He doesn't. I don't.
答えたくない。いや。
Look how mad this fucking Beatrice is.
もはやめんどく
You cannot tell me she's not involved at this point.
どうしたのよ。らしくもなく。何かあったの？バトラが何か言
Beatrice didn't even answer. It seemed that she even ignored it. But there was a change in Gap. From her feet, a creaking, cracking sound rose like thin ice breaking, and in an instant turned Gap into a glass sculpture.
しばらく消えろ。大変に不機嫌。
Beatrice spoke that, in a truly cold voice which could freeze the heart just by hearing it.
かしこまりました。それでは私どもはこれでおいとまさせていただきます。何かございましたらいつでもお呼びを。
After bowing, Renov turned into a cloud of gold butterflies and hid himself. After turning Gap, who had become a sculpture, into a cloud of gold butterflies, Virginia also turned into a cloud which mixed in with the others and disappeared. In the study made untidy by drinking, Beatrice stood still, alone. Since the time she had returned, her expression hadn't changed in the slightest. However, when she saw the fallen empty wine bottles and scattered cheese plates, her brow furrowed and she looked a bit displeased. And when she whispered disappear, in that instant the room was cleaned up in a flash as though nothing had happened. The reception chairs were neatly arranged and there was no wine or cheese. There were no stains or scattered trash either. To the contrary, even the air had frozen over, and enough to make one doubt whether a large number of noisy people really had been in this room until a short while ago. The study had returned to silence. In that silent, frigid study where even the air had frozen, Beatrice stood still. Then she called, muttering.
バトラいるか。
さっきからいるぜ。なんなんだ一体お前は。さっきから変だぜ。
変に見えるか。それはすまぬな。
あれだけ上機嫌に酒を酌み交わしていたクソジジイをいきなり焼き捨て、お前の友人の悪魔女もガラスの彫像、悪魔の執事もお師匠も消えろの一言でさっさと出てけだ。お前どんだけ気まぐれでわがままなんだか。
バトラもうやめた。
何を。
わらわはもう飽きた。
はあ。そりゃまあお前が追っ始めたゲームだぜ。飽きてくれて助かるってもんさ。つまるところ投了ってわけだな。
投了などではない。ただ終わるだけだ。いや終わりもしない。このままゲームは永遠に放棄されるだけだ。
そういうのを投了って言うんじゃねえのかよ。いや飽きて放り出すって言葉がお前にはぴったりだな。
その通りだ。飽きたから放り出す。あとは知らぬ。そのまま放置されて好きに誇りでもかぶればいい。
お前どうしたんだ。なんだかさっきからやりにくいぜ。まださっきのわけのわかんねえテストのことで尾を引いてるのかよ。俺に恨みがあるならはっきり言えばいいじゃねえか。お前は赤で自分とは関係ないなんて言ってみせたが、どうせ言葉遊びだろ。お前の顔に書いてあるぜ。俺を恨んでるってな。
お前に恨みなどないと何度言えばわかるのか。わらわはそなたが罪を残したその当時に存在しておらぬ。
As Beto spoke with an offended expression, her face twisted to look even more displeased. Fickle, inconsistent, moody, temperamental, selfish and simple-minded and cruel. But even so, she hadn't shown an expression as strange as this one, even once until now. I might be about to piss off. I'm on the verge of pissing off this entire fucking community in like 5 seconds.
俺も決着がつかねえのは残念だが、気が向いたらぜひまた誘ってくれよな。その時は謹んでご辞退させてもらうけどよ。
He intentionally spoke in a mocking tone, but Beto showed no reaction. Badler hung his head and clicked his tongue.
10月4日と5日をぐるぐる過ごしたわけだが、ようやくこれでお役御免だな。これだ。あさってには船が来る。そうさ。そして船着き場には海猫も戻ってくる。俺はようやく六軒島名物のあのニャーニャーいう鳴き声を聞けるわけだ。
Not the nya nya cries.
島に来た時は天気のせいか全然いなかったからな。海猫の鳴く頃に全ては終わるってわけだ。終わり終わり。おしまいおしまい。せいぜいすら。
何を。そなたは勘違いしておるのか。
ん？何をだって。
何も終わらぬとわらわは言ったぞ。これにて全ては放置され、ゲームは忘れられ、盤上の駒はそのままに放置される。進みも戻りも取りも取られもしない。勝ちもなく負けもなく引き分けすらもない。ただ放置されるのだ。
つまりはおしまいってことだろ。
違う。わらわの手番にて永遠にゲームが止まる。そなたの番は来ない。だから 勝ちも負けも引き分けもない。かつてのわらわそなたにそうされるわけにはいかなかった。そなたに勝つという目的があったからだ。しかしそれに興味を失った。だからこれ以上手番を進める意味ももう何もない。
俺に手番が来ないというのはどういう意味なんだ。
I thought that Beto getting tired of the game meant I'd be released and I'd be able to escape Rakajima. But for some reason, Beto's repeated words about the differences between abandoning the game and settling it caught my attention. Just what is it she's been saying, and why the bad mood? At that time, I suddenly heard a voice from behind me. When I turned around, there was someone I thought I might or might not remember from somewhere. A mysterious girl with no light in her eyes was standing there.
その子が言っているのはこういう意味よ。このゲームが駒をそのままに蓋を閉じられるということ。ゲームは終わらないまま永遠に留め置かれる。
あんたが元の世界へ戻ることのできる唯一の方法はベアトに勝利することだけ。つまりベアトがゲームを放棄しちゃうってことはわかる？
Suddenly, in a different place was a girl wearing a bright pink, whatever the fuck it is. I had a feeling I'd met her somewhere too, but I couldn't remember. More important was the meaning of her words. If the game is abandoned, then, huh?
そういうことよ。勝負は敵味方が揃わなきゃ決着しないの。あなたにはもう永遠に勝利してこの世界から抜け出すことができないということよ。
さしずめ、あなたを閉じ込めた檻の鍵を鳩の首輪にでもくくりつけて飛ばしてしまうようなものかしら。冗談じゃないわ、ベアト。そんなつまらないゲームを見に私たちははるばるここまで来たわけじゃないのよ。
But I did.
冗談じゃないわ。
ラムダに同じよ。私はバトラーを勝利させ、あなたを敗北させてのたうち回らせるためにやってきたのよ。まだその目的を達していない。こんなところでゲーム放棄されて逃げ出されたんじゃたまらないわ。キョーラを失望させるゲームの幕切れとなったことは認めよう。しかしこの茶会のホストたるわらわは何しろ気まぐれ。今日が覚めればもてなす術など知らぬ。もとよりそれがわらわの魔女たるゆえんのはず。何も問題はなかろう。確かにあなたの教義には反しないわ。
私は認めないわよ。ふざけんじゃないわよ。あんたにどんだけ肩入れしたと思ってんのよ。ここまでお膳立てさせてこれではいおしまい。ふざけんじゃないわよ。
わらわは飽きたとそう言っている。それ以上も以下もない。
そうはいかないわよ。あんたにはこのゲームを続けてもらうわ。バトラーに勝利したいんでしょ。勝って屈服させたいんでしょ。もう一息じゃないねえ。
そこで俺に振るんじゃねえ。ただ
I have an opinion, but if I share it, I'm gonna get crucified by this fucking community.
こいつはお前に売られた喧嘩だ。俺はお前とはっきり白黒をつける覚悟がある。何度か屈服しかけたが途中で逃げ出して勝負をうやむやにして逃げるつもりだけはさらさらねえ。俺がここにいて戦う意志を見せている以上逃げるんじゃねえ。ベアトリーチェ。
同感だわ。バトラーを
Finally, you show the fuck up.
勝ちも負けも与え
Damn.
ずに立ち去るなんて無責任にも程がある。
It's been a full fucking 5 hours. Suddenly, even Gretel was there, and everyone was calling Beto irresponsible. It's been fucking 5 hours, and this bitch finally shows up. Same with Beatrice.
どうやらわらわが無責任
But hell, with Beatrice, it's been like fucking 11 hours.
バトラーが対戦相手と 対戦相手を降りてくれぬか。それでならわらわは批判されることもない。
俺が降りると六軒島を出られるのか。
出られるわけもなかろうが、勝手に誇りを浴びて肩にでも積もらせよ。
ふざけないで。なんて無責任な人なの。あんたはこれだけ大勢の人間を殺した。しかも魔女の力によって何度も何度も。むごたらしい殺し方で、その責任を取らず逃げ出すなんて絶対に許せない。
責任。ほう。わらわはどのようにしてその責任
Just admit defeat, I guess? I don't fucking know.
決着をつけるまで戦いなさい。バトラーは正面の席に座り、あなたに打ち勝つまで決して諦めずに戦う。だからあなたも任されるまで戦いなさい。それが嫌ならバトラーを任せてみせなさい。許さない。全てをうやむやにしてバトラーをこの席に放り出して永遠に閉じ込めて返さないなんて許さない。
グレーテル。
To be perfectly honest, I didn't really understand from what standpoint Gretel was trying to save me. But in her words, I could feel a strong determination to save me from this insane game world no matter what. So I responded in kind.
であとこっちを向け。
No.
俺はここにいる。お前の正面のライバルの席だ。わかるな。俺がここに座り続ける限り、お前に逃げは許さない。だから逃げるな。戦え。お前が始めた戦いだろうが、これだけ何度も何度も上等を決めやがって、しっちゃかめっちゃかにやってくれたんだ。今さら
What fucking chapter am I on?
俺はお前の対戦相手だ。俺がここにある限り逃げるなんて許さねえぞ。聞いてるのか、この無責任魔女め。なんとか言ってみろってんだ。
After I yelled at her, Beetle went silent for a while. Whether my words had reached her or whether she was thinking about something completely different, I couldn't tell. But for a while, she was silent, gazing at me with an expression I could read no emotion from. And when she realized that I'd noticed, she averted her gaze. Then she turned her back to me and said this.
バトラが対戦相手をやめてくれぬ以上、このゲームを放棄することは認められぬとキョーラはおっしゃるわけか。ならば東王、そもそもそこにいる男にわらわの対戦相手たる資格があるのかどうか。
資格？
どうせさっきのテストとやらのことだぜ。
何をする気？
あんたまさか。
これよりそなたにわらわの対戦相手たる資格があるかどうか、それを問う。よいかバトル。その資格が認められればわらわは席にとどまりゲームを続けよう。そして勝敗の決着がつくまで永遠に戦い続けることを約束しよう。
俺にはもとよりその覚悟はあるぜ。
しかしその資格がなかったならそなたは消えよ。対戦相手が消えればゲームもない。わらわは堂々とここを立ち去れる。キョーラもよろしいか。口出しは無用。
どうぞお好きなように。
バトラー、あんたしっかり答えるのよ。
資格があるからこそ俺はここにいるんだろうな。
The reason why you're here is because you denied the witch. There was nothing about qualifications ever.
まさか。
Gretel grew suddenly pale. I thought her to be the calm, collected type, so that expression surprised me.
それではバトラー、赤で復唱してもらおう。
お、俺に副賞要求ってか。俺のお箱を奪いやがって。しかし赤き真実って俺でもできるのか。どうやるんだ。
できるわよ。簡単よ。
俺の名は後宮バトラ。おお、こりゃ面白えや。
やめて。あんたの狙いは読めてるわ。でもそれはやめて。彼は
This is a fucking trick. When Gretel yelled, Beetle glared at her. Then her form was wiped away in an instant.
うるさい。そなたはしばらく席を外せ。今日らもであるぞ。口出しをするならば容赦せぬ。
邪魔はしない。どうぞご自由に。ベル、まずいでしょうが。あいつ消す気よ、バトラを。
なんだと、あいつ何を企んでやがる。
それでは資格を問うぞ。面白いな。普段のゲームが攻守が逆になった。これは最後の最後でとても貴重な体験だ。よいか。心してまずは聞け。まずはわらわが赤で語る。わらわは黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェ。そして後宮金蔵の孫後宮バトラと戦うためにこのゲームを開催。
Okay, common knowledge. We know that.
そんなことは知ってるぜ。だからなんだ。
副賞要求。後宮バトラの母は後宮アスムである。
はあ、そこでなんでお袋の名が出てくるんだよ。
無駄口はいらぬ。ただ赤で副賞せよ。
Beto urged me with the same indifferent tone, but I don't have a clue what she's trying to do. What the fuck? There ain't no fucking way. There is not a single thing that you can tell me that this shit's gonna happen, right? They're not about to pull the fucking dumbest move of the century and be like, oh, in reality, you were never an Ushromiya. They're not about to do that. I don't know how the fuck they would do that, but that's the only way I can see this fucking happen. And how she erases Bather. There's no fucking way. I have absolutely nothing to feel guilty for that would trouble me if thrown in my face, and there's nothing that I'm hiding. There's nothing that could trouble me by demanding that I repeat it. So, why do something like this?
いいぜ、復唱する。後宮バトラの母は後宮アスムである。赤便利だな。戸籍抄本を持ってくる面倒もね。
無駄口はいらぬ。続けるぞ。そなたの名は後宮バトラである。
She's gonna pull some fucking trick to make it so you're not Nusromiya anymore.
後宮アスムから生まれた。
後宮バトラは後宮アスムから生まれた。
そなたは後宮アスムから生まれた。
俺は後宮。
At that time, my throat suddenly closed. I was rapidly assaulted with a choking suffocation. What's going on? One more time.
俺は後宮アスムから生まれた。
Fucking.
後宮アスムから生まれた。なんだ。さっきまでは簡単にできてたのに、急に赤がうまくできなくなったぞ。
副賞を拒否するんだ。
拒否なんかじゃねえ。なぜかうまくいかねえんだ。俺は後宮アスムから生まれた。なんでだ。畜生、なんで赤が使えないんだ。そんなバカ。
Oh my fucking god. My mom is Ushromiya Asmo, right? Why can't I say that fact in red? What's going on? This is...
語れぬ赤を無理に語ろうとすると窒息するぞ。無理をしなくてよい。以上の事実からわらわはそなたを青で追求させてもらう。覚えているな。青は相手を否定する仮説を宣言するのに用いる。それは赤での否定が義務付けられ、それがない場合勝利と。ではマイルズ、以上の復唱要求並びに復唱拒否からわらわはそなたに対戦相手の資格がないことを宣言する。なぜならベアトリーチェ後宮金蔵の孫である後宮バトラと戦うためにゲームを開催したからだ。よって対戦相手であるそなたに後宮金蔵の孫である後宮バトラであることを赤で宣言する義務が生じる。それに対する復唱をそなたは拒否した。
But he didn't.
これは
That does not... No, he can say it right fucking now. He's the son of Rudolph. Rudolph is the... What the fuck kind of bullshit are they pulling here?
それの何かを否定するのよ。
Say you're Rudolph's kid.
俺は後宮バトラだ。それを赤で復唱できている以上、俺はお前の対戦相手のはずだぜ。
そなたが後宮バトラの名を持つことは事実であろう。しかし人命は独占されたものではない。複数の人間が後宮バトラを名に持つことは可能である。
This is... Oh my fucking Christ.
そなたは後宮アスムの息子後宮バトラと同姓同名の別人である。
なんだとバカなこと言うんじゃねえ。俺はおふくろの子だぞ。後宮アスムの子だ。俺は後宮アスムから畜生、なぜだ。なぜ俺がおふくろから生まれたと言えないんだ。こんなバカなことがあるというのか。
苦しむことはない。わらわは遊ばぬ。これにチェックメイト。そなたは後宮アスムの息子ではない。
そんなバカ。
そなたは誰？後宮バトラーを名乗る何者なの？
ちょっと待てよ。俺は後宮バトラだ。俺は後宮アスムから生まれた親父とおふくろの息子だ。
いいえ、わらわの対戦相手たる後宮バトラであるはずがない。その証拠に。
証拠だと。
そなたは6年前の罪を知らない。
それはいいえ、
真の後宮バトラなら罪など犯さない。だが結果的に罪が起こる。6年の月日が空白となって当時の何も知らぬ男が後宮バトラーを名乗って六軒島へ姿を現し、その真相はこうだ。
6 years ago, my opponent, the true Ushiromiya Battler, was already dead. You were part of a plot by Rudolph having something to do with distribution of the inheritance. A body double set up in Ushiromiya Battler's place.
そんなバカなことがあるもんか。そんなバカなことが。
バトラ、しっかりしなさい。
ま、言い返せないなら仕方がないわ。バトラにその資格はなかった。そういうことよ。
ベル、それでいいの？それを認めちゃったらあんたも負けちゃうのよ。
あんたが勝っちゃうんでしょう。 なんでバトルの肩を持ってるの？残念ね、バトル。あなたにベアトリーチェの対戦相手たる資格がなかったなんて、とても残念。私のうかつだったわ。資格のない駒に張ってたなんてね。私の完敗だわ、ベアトリーチェ。負けも勝ちもない。ただ対戦相手が消えるだけだ。元からいなかったと言うべきか。
じゃあよ、俺は誰なんだよ。俺は親父やおふくろの子じゃないのかよ。俺は誰なんだ。何なんだ。おふくろの子じゃないってんならなんだよ。縁もゆかりもない赤の他人の子だとか、そう言い出すのかよ。
それならば金蔵の血は引いていないことになるな。いずれにせよ、そなたにこのゲームの対戦資格はない。
バカなバカな。
もういい。もともとそなたが後ろ宮バトラでない可能性も多少は承知していたのだ。だから問わねばならなかった。本当のバトラなら知っていることを聞かねばならなかった。残念だ。そなたがひょっとしたら本当に後ろ宮バトラであるかもしれないとわらわも1000兆分の1の奇跡にかけたのだ。だがやはりそなたは同姓同名の別人だった。
Bit by bit, Battler's form began to be clouded in darkness. No, maybe it was the other way around. The whole world was clouded in darkness, leaving only Battler. Battler is down on all fours, hanging his head and repeatedly questioning himself. However, he was not given an answer. In the world stained with darkness, Beto spoke something, and Lambda Delta ran up to him, yelling something very quickly. But it already seemed very far away, and it didn't reach Battler's ears. Then he, not knowing who he himself was, erased himself. Without saying anything more, she clouded her own form in darkness as well and disappeared.
あんたこれでいいわけ？バトラ消えちゃったわよ。負けず嫌いのあんたがこの結末でいいわけ？
あんたは私の負けに張ってたんでしょ。なら万々歳じゃない。おめでとう、ラムダ。じゃあまたどこかの世界で会いましょう。まあ無限のかけら世界のこと、どこかでまたご縁がある確率はそれこそ1000兆分の1よりも少ないでしょうけれど。じゃあね、楽しかったわ。バイバイ。
待ってよ、ベル。
Chasing after Burncastle, who had disappeared first, Lambda Delta disappeared as well. After that, everyone was gone, and the study was now completely empty. It returned to silence, almost as though no one had been there from the outset. No one was here in the first place. The silent study spoke that wordlessly, and the sound of the wind and rain began to fill the room bit by bit. In a world where everything had sunk into darkness, Beto questioned herself. How was there fucking more? I have fucking issues with everything right now.
魔女同盟はわらわとそなたその二人で始めた。他の者を混ぜようというのがそもそもの間違いであったのだ。
こんなにも楽しいからマリアたちはその輪に親しい誰かを加えたかったよね。そうして魔女同盟がどこまでも大きくなってみんなで楽しく魔法が使えて幸せになれたらと願った。
魔法を理解できるのはやはりわらわとそなたの二人だけだった。
私たちは奇跡が巡り合わせたこの世界でたった二人しかいない魔女なんだよ。マリアはもうベアとさえいれば他には誰もいらないよ。
わらわもだ。そなたさえいればもう誰もいらない。
マリアージュ・ソルシエールは結成したその一番最初の時点でもう完成していたんだよ。
そうね。あるな。まさにそうであるな。
It was once a witch's alliance to make everyone happy together with magic. I wonder when it got this screwed up. Thumbnail. What did I want to do when I started this game? Well, to make it more official, there you go, bam. I can't really remember even that. No, I may remember, but that's a feeling I now wish to throw away to the far side of oblivion.
いいよ。何もかも忘れてしまおう。二人だけのマリアージュ・ソルシエール。私たちは互いを認め合う。そして誰にも傷つけられない。だからもう傷つかない。泣かない。すべて忘れよう。ね、ベアと私たちは永遠だよ。
マリア。
天草、それ切ってくれる？
おっと、そりゃ失礼。エムザッキーはお嫌いで？
今が気分じゃないだけ。
Amaxa turned the radio off. The world of cheery sounds was immediately swallowed up by the roar of the sea, and blotted out by the ocean's gray.
見えるかい？あの辺が当時の船着き場だ。
The boat captain pointed, but I couldn't really recall that scene of 12 years ago. I thought I'd surely be able to immediately remember how things had been at that time. I'm just gonna say what I was going to say the whole time. That whole bit was fucking stupid. There is like 20 things Badler could have said. There's like 2 things Badler could have said in red. In fact, I will go back and I'll fucking look just in case he did say one of them. So, he didn't. There's 2 things he could have said to fucking try and get that shit done, but he didn't even attempt to. Thing 1, I'm Kinzo's grandchild. Thing 2, I am Rudolph's kid. Azumu, or whatever the fuck her name is, doesn't matter in this scenario. You don't need to prove that you're her child. You need to prove that you're Rudolph's kid. Rudolph is the relative of Kinzo, not the person he married. Rudolph could have had 20 fucking affairs. and had a child from each of them. Guess what? They're still Kinzo's grandkids. And the whole thing of the sin being, oh, you're not Kinzo's grandchild. Okay, why the fuck is that now? Why? How does he not fucking remember being a body double? How old was he fucking 6 years ago? If he's 18, guess what? He's fucking 12? 19, he's fucking 13? I remember if I was a fucking body double at that age. You have fucking object permanence and shit. It was fucking stupid. But no memories came back to me. After that incident, the island was sealed off and left to the wild. I couldn't satisfy myself with the thought that this was just inevitable, and it felt sad and painful for some reason. But I at least remember one thing. You might find it funny, but I fucking don't. I've been in this game for fucking almost 90 hours, and I'm getting shit like that fucking 90 hours in? That's fucking bullshit. Wow, it literally only showed George dead. Corpse discovered by the Rose Garden Arbor. There's a single hole right in the center of his forehead. It seems reasonable to think that he was shot with a gun or something. It was a brand of humiliation marking his last gap. And Badler is no longer here as well. You might say that'd probably be the same anywhere on the sea, but I remember at least one thing. The cries of the seagulls. I do remember those. When I was young, I rarely went to the ocean, so everything that symbolized the ocean meant Rockinjima and a family gathering to me. In short, it was a symbol for the happiness of going out with my family. However, at this point in time, it seems doubtful whether that even was happiness. In my younger days, the trip felt like a relaxed family vacation, but considering my parents' situation at the time, it was surely a very difficult trip to handle, with the distribution of the inheritance filling the place with the smell of gunpowder. I can remember giggling all over the place, completely ignorant of my parents' feelings.
六軒島です。すべての始まりで、すべての旅の終着駅ってわけだ。
Amaxa, in an attempt to speak for my innermost feelings, tried to sound cool. The boat slowly rounded the island. I hoped that viewing it at a different angle might bring back my memories of the island's silhouette at the time just a little. But in the end, even when that inlet was hidden completely by cliffs, I wasn't able to remember anything.
船長、さっきのもう一つの船着き場の話を聞かせてください。
六軒島には船着き場は一つしかないことになっとる。だがそれは表向きだ。
島裏のもう一つの隠された船着き場、六軒島そのものね。誰も知らない二つ目のもう一つの顔がある。
六軒島は後ろ宮家の領有する島だ。だが金蔵さん個人が所有する島というもう一つの顔がある。
一つの島、二つの船着き場、二つの屋敷ですかい。愛人を囲うためだけに随分と金をかけたもんだ。
もう一つの船着き場のことを知る人間は
限られとる。金蔵さん、執事の源氏さん、わしら船の関係者、高齢の使用人がほんの数人だ。南條診療所の先代先生も熊沢のばあさんも知っとる。
Of course, fucking Nanjo knew.
結構いるような気がするが、とにかく知っている人間はわずかだった。
そのもう一つの屋敷について教えてください。
クワドリアンちゅう名前のお屋敷があるとだけは聞かされておった。わしは船を離れることを許されんかったから一度も見たことはないが。
船着き場からは見えないくらいに遠いということですかい。
わからん。ただ隠し屋敷だからな。
Why the fuck would he put it somewhere where you can fucking see it?
建ててあったろうな。とにかくクワドリアンについてはあの島の最高の秘密だった。
クワドリアンにベアトリーチェが住まわされていた、あるいは幽閉されていたという説がありますが、 船長はどう考えますか？
わしはクワドリアンへの雑貨も運んでおった。その中に女しか使わんような、それも高級なもんが含まれることも多かった。わしもその説を確信しとる。
では船長はベアトリーチェって女を直接見たことはないわけですか？
ない。20年近く出入りをしたが一度も見たことはない。
20年。ひゅー。ってことは最低でも
We're finishing tonight, about 2 hours left, including tea party. I already know I'm not finishing it tonight.
だがクワドリアンへの出入りはある日を境にぷっつりとなくなっちまった。今からだいたい30年前だから昭和43年頃だったと思う。
ぷっつりと突然？
食料やゴミなどの運搬往来でわしらは決められた日程で裏に行っとった。ああ、裏っちゅうのはクワドリアン側の船着き場のことだ。
わかります。それで
I didn't even read that, and I'm not even going back.
ある日源氏さんから急な連絡があった。別の指示があるまで裏には行かなくていいって言うんだ。
別の指示とは？
特にはなかった。早い話がある日突然裏には今後定期便はいらない、食料も届けなくていいと言われたわけだ。
Yeah, probably because that's when Beatrice died.
クビにされたのかと思ったよ。だがすぐに気づいた。それにクワドリアンのことを知る使用人たちの様子からもなんとなく察しがついた。
ベアトリーチェが死んで食料を届ける必要も世話人を送る必要もなくなった。
わしはそう考えとる。それっきり裏へ船を出せという指示は受けてない。しかし裏については死ぬまで何も喋るなと。その後源氏さんが直接わしのところへ来てえらく強く念を押した。
その20年間も放置されていた隠し屋敷にどうしてエヴァおばさんが？
That day, 12 years ago, Ushra, Mia, Ava somehow escaped harm alone in a hidden mansion 2 kilometers away from the mansion. Why was she in a hidden mansion that had been forgotten for 20 years?
ワイドショーで見たよ。わしにも何が何だかさっぱりわからん。エヴァさんを裏へ案内したことは一度もない。どうしてどうやってクワドリアンを知りたどり着いたのか、わしにはさっぱり見当もつかない。
裏のクワドリアンに陸路で行くことは不可能だったのかしら。
もしも話通りに未開の密林だとしたら、おめかしした奥様風情に踏破できるもんじゃありませんぜ。
じゃあ回路モーターボートみたいなものがあったとか？
まさかあの二晩の台風はそりゃひどいもんだった。船なんぞ使えるわけもない。
じゃあ屋敷とクワドリアンを直通する、例えば地下通路のようなものがあったとか、愛人の家へ出入りするのに毎回船の用立てが必要なんて面倒でしょ？
全長 2km の六軒島の対角線上に存在する屋敷をつなぐためにそんだけの長い地下トンネルをとバカにしてえところだが、愛人のために隠し屋敷まで作っちまう大富豪だ。それも否定できんところですな。どうなんですか船長？
わしは海の人間だ。穴のことはわからん。だが硫黄島で旧日本軍は25キロのトンネルを掘ってみせたぞ。あの金蔵さんなら2キロくらい掘ってみせてもわしは何も驚かん。
やっぱりおかしな島ね。
Something wrong with this
私たち
game.
はこの島のことを未だ誰一人何も知らない。
The boat reached the shore. They would have to walk a short ways to reach the mansion.
わしはここで待っている。屋敷は向こうだ。当時の道が残っているだろうが、草木で覆われてしまってるはずだ。迷わんように気をつけてな。
ほんじゃ行きましょうかね。
ありがとう天草。あんたもここで待ってて。
ま、 そう言い出すんじゃないかと思ってましたぜ。
届け物をするだけよ。あなたが一緒だと向こうが迷惑するの。あんたの毒素強そうだから。
毒素はて。
すぐに戻るわ。今日の本命はクアドリアンの方だもの。届け物をしたらすぐに戻ってくるわ。
Ange put on her knapsack, holding the flowers she would offer.
さしてやれ若いの。行ってこいお嬢ちゃん。あんたの家族が待っている。
I'd never been on a road like this, but I had no trouble finding my way. If I walked straight ahead, it would probably guide me to the final destination for everything. It was true that the vegetation was incredibly thick, and if I didn't pay attention, I would lose track of the path. But the road that was left was much clearer than I'd guessed it would be. Still, that didn't change the fact that it was a bad road. Contrary to the distance shown on the map, I was forced to walk a long way. The forest was deep and dark. At the time, I had been threatened into staying away from the forest because a witch lived there. Of course, that fear is gone now, but I feel it. Because I was me. I could feel the presence like an aura of the Golden Witch Beatrice. Here and there were massive fallen lumps of rock along with overgrown trees and ivy. And the voices of bugs and birds and bugs. Yeah, I feel it. I feel that the witch is here. Ahead, an ivy-covered construction site fence and warning sign stood. No entry, Tokyo Metropolis. That was written on it. Yeah, that's right. When you think Tokyo, you tend to think of a city. But Rokujima is also located within the Tokyo Metropolis. Apologizing to the sign for my rude mistake, I climbed the fence. When I crossed the steep slope beyond that, my field of vision rapidly expanded, and a fresh sea breeze blew through my hair. It was like the top of a little hill. Below me was a vast view of the island. I could only see desolated forest and rock walls spread out below me, but I realized that the mansion was probably somewhere around there. The steep downward slope beyond this hill had probably been caused by earth and rocks collapsing from 12 years of wind and rain. It had become a slant filled with crags that you might even call gentle cliffs, and it would be easy to tumble down, though it looked like climbing back would be pretty difficult. In any event, it seemed that proceeding any further would be impossible. If I continued any further, I wouldn't be able to return. In other words, this is the border. This place is 1986 and 1998, and it is that day and today, the boundary between this world and Nirvana.
ここがこの旅の終着点みたいね。
As the strong winds blew Mamon's and Sakutaro's hair, they looked down from the hilltop.
ここからじゃさっぱりわからないわ。お屋敷はどこ？もっと近づきましょうよ。無理だよ。戻ってこれなくなっちゃうよ。
We won't be able to come back. Is that it? I see. This is 1998, and I am the Ushiromiya Ange who has been left all alone. At first, this was a journey to die, but not anymore. It's become a journey to accomplish something.
だからごめんね、二人とも。あの日の私なら何も戸惑わずにこの崖を降りるだろうけれど。
ビルの屋上から飛び降りた後ろ宮エンジェが情けない。
ごめんね。
ここでも同じだよ。あの日の風が感じられるから。こんな風だったっけ？うん。もうすぐ来てくれるよ。みんな。
Sakutaro said it as though it was completely natural, and I believed it. Mom, Dad, Oni-chan, all my relatives and those fun servants, and Maria One-chan.
私よ、エンジェよ。私は帰ってきたわ。
When I started my journey to expose the past of 12 years ago, my goal had been abstract and I hadn't understood. But now I have no doubts. This journey was induced by several thoughts and fates over 12 years. A journey to reach an end for me, Ushiromiya Ange, and a journey reach an end as the last witch of Mirage Sorcier. I came here as the last daughter of the Ushiromiya family, and as the last witch.
お父さん、お母さん、お兄ちゃん、 リアお姉ちゃんとの挨拶をさせてね。
A strong tailwind urged me on. That tailwind took just my soul out from inside my body to the vast forest beneath me. And though from here on I couldn't see, I believed that it flew me to the mansion on that day. To where everyone was, to where Maria Onechan was. And so, even though my body was on the top of a hill, a strong wind blowing against me, my soul was now certainly dancing through that sky. The vast, vast sky of Rakanjima. Below me was the green of many trees. But I understand. I can comprehend the presence of my family and relatives, and all the servants. And Maria Onechan too. I couldn't even comprehend Maria Onechan as a witch. It was vast, more so than any vast space I had imagined up until now.
マリアお姉ちゃん、聞こえる？聞いて。
Ange called to the Maria of that day. She told her of the long journey she'd undergone, of her long-delayed realization of just how much she'd wounded Maria in her youth. She understood magic and now understood everything about the world Maria had wanted to show her. It was very warm, overflowing with love and happiness. She wanted to become even happier by sharing that world, but I trampled it.
だから私、今こそ全部理解したの。魔法を理解した。私たちの魔法はきっととてもささやかで身近にあふれてる。でもそれは誰の目にも見えるものではないのよ。魔法とは、ええ、はっきり言えるわ。
Without love, it cannot be seen. Sorry, Onechan. I've already been excommunicated from the Alliance of Witches, but now I understand how wonderful it is. And I know that after the day I wounded you, Mariage Sorcier was transfigured into something different from what you truly desired. Even the magic that spat anger by cursing people was probably important to Onechan in those days. Onechan's environment was sad enough to permit that.
でももうそんな悲しい日々は終わったよ。だからお姉ちゃんの魔女同盟を元の優しいマリアージュ・ソルシエルに戻そう。
The grimoire was in my hands before I realized it. I realized I didn't look at this. Didn't matter. Alright. Strong winds were rapidly blowing its pages one after another. That world has been kind in the beginning. How could you give birth to magic that would make candy fall from the sky? How could you give birth to magic that would make tomorrow's dinner creme croquette? How could you give birth to magic that would make the weather good when you went out the next day, making your whole day fun? New spells of happiness were created one after another, coloring her world with kindness. Those days were flipped through one after another, and months began to flash by. The pages with drawings that had once been colorful gradually began to change into the color of black ink. Eerie magic circles and demon summonings, evil magic for harming people. How could you give birth to magic that would cause the class bully to catch a cold? How could you give birth to magic that would seriously injure someone in class so that they died? How could you give birth to magic that would cause a bus loaded with all the bullies to fall off a cliff? Malicious spells were created one after another, burying the pages in her heart.
私がお姉ちゃんを傷つけたからマリアージュ・ソルシエルはこんなになってしまった。お姉ちゃんは黒き邪悪な魔女じゃない。白き無垢で無邪気な優しい魔女だったのよ。私が元に戻してあげる。元のみんなを幸せにする魔法を世界中に振りまいていたマリアお姉ちゃんに戻してあげる。そのために私はここへ来た。運命に導かれてきた。お姉ちゃん、聞こえてる？その姿を私の前に見せて。
That voice rode an even stronger wind and was sent 12 years into the past. Then, the wind gradually ceased and silence fell. Crunch, crunch. I could hear the sound of gravel being stepped on. I listened to those footsteps, surprised at this miracle. Without a doubt, those were Maria Onechan's footsteps.
マリアお姉ちゃん。かすみよ。ようやく見つけたわよ。
Oh, fuck!
返
before I knew it, Aunt Kasumi and her black suits, a total of 7 people who didn't resemble Maria Onechan in the slightest, were standing there, surrounding me. And it felt like my voice had been just about to reach Maria Onechan too. Because of these guys' toxin, that magic was cut off. Ange clicked her tongue at that, but Kasumi probably didn't hear it that way.
そのお花は亡くなった家族への偉いわ。それ投げるんでしょ。いいわよ。それまで待ってあげる。
Just what are you waiting for? Hold on, there's a song reference. I'm getting that song reference. I'm saying the song reference. It's not that. Alright, if I figure it out, I figure it out. Oh well. The way the black suits unnaturally stuck their hands into their pockets clearly brought to mind the likelihood that they had handguns. This was a deserted island. There could be no more convenient place to dispose of someone. I have absolutely no interest in the family matters of the Sumadera family. But if I die, all that wealth will go to them. Unlike me, they're probably very interested and concerned about this matter. Of course, it seems that if the massive amounts of stock I own suddenly go to them, it'll be pretty bad for the Ushiromiya group as well. And they're apparently having a secret feud, fighting over me all by themselves. That's probably why President Okanogi gave me Amakusa as a guard. Having Amakusa wait on the boat was a regrettable mistake.
おばさん、いつからここで待ち伏せを？
早朝からよ。おかげですっかり待ちくたびれちゃったわ。何しろ喫茶店もお化粧室もないからね。
トイレもないからお上品に木陰で用を済ませていたわけね。
仮にもスマデラ家の血を半分引いてる淑女がそんな汚らわしい言葉を使うんじゃないわ。やっぱりスマデラキリエの子ね。気品のかけらもありゃしない。
She grabbed me by the hair and forced my face up to hers, and then she spat at me. My words might be filthy, but they're no worse than her spit.
おばさんが私のことを話すといつも母さんのことばかり。私、そんなにも母さんに似てますか？
ええ、似ているわ。その生意気そうな目つき、鼻も口もそっくりよ。自由奔放で無責任。歴史と伝統あるスマデラ家の重みなど何も考えず、自分勝手に家を飛び出したわ。おかげで私の人生はずっとその尻拭い。
まさにあんたの人生クソまみれね。
I hope saying good night isn't the same as saying goodbye. Shower scene. That was the song reference with the cleaning up my mess or whatever the fuck. When I was slapped on the cheek, my ear was smashed, and for an instant my head rang. My hair was pulled, spinning me around, and I fell to the ground. And in a flash, the ground was kicked, and I was struck with sand.
ああ、本当に姉さんに似てきたわ。その目つき、そのどこか小馬鹿にした目つきよ。はあ、思い出すわ、いろいろと。
哀れな人ね。きっと幼い頃から何かにつけて母さんに比較されて蔑まされてきたんでしょうに。そしてあんたは一生その惨めさから解放されやしないわ。
お前みたいな小娘にはわからないわよ。あんたのお母さんはね、何もかもを投げ出してスマデラ家を逃げ出した負け犬なのよ。その負け犬のせいで私がどれほど迷惑したことか。
あんたの迷惑なんか私の知ったこっちゃないわ。私の生まれる前の話をされても困るわよ。あんたの人生はいつ始まるの？始まりゃしないわ。いつまでもいつまでも永久に死んだ母さんに嘲笑われ続け、そのまま死ぬのよ。というか死ねばなんで生きてるの？
この口 口の減らないガキが
I finally see your fucking eyes.
ちょいとお茶をしてやりなさいな。
お任せを。口の利き方も知らねえクソガキが。少し勉強させてやるぜ。
The black suit dashed up to me, violently grabbed me by the nape of the neck, and dragged me down.
私が一服終えるまでに適当に。可愛いメイにちょいと身の程を教えてあげなさい。
Sumadera Kasmi. When I think about it, she was a pitiable person. To the outside world, women of the Sumadera family were trained to be in a position that supported and deferred to men. But in actuality, strong leadership was required from them so that they could manage all the common people. The role demanded of them really was that of a female commander, like a literal reading of the word Okami. Managing the Sumadera family with all its traditions was not something that could be accomplished with just an ordinary level of dignity. It was an unimaginably heavy responsibility. Normally, this would have been demanded of Kairi. Kairi had undergone that harsh training, and Kasmi, as the younger sister, should have been able to take it easy. No, on the contrary, she had lived like a lazy, selfish, and affluent princess. Sneering at Kairi had been given the heavy responsibility. However, Kairi had suddenly been disinherited. She had refused the fiancé her parents had arranged and had gotten pregnant by her lover, Ushiromiya Rudolph. From the Sumadera's perspective, even though the Ushiromiya family held a vast fortune, it was a low-level family that had already collapsed. And to become not even a legal wife, but a mistress to the second son of that family. Normally, a daughter of the main family would be shown no mercy for such dishonor. They would wrap her up in a mat, place a pole on end, and throw her either into the Pacific Ocean if the pole fell to the right, or the Sea of Japan if it fell to the left. But Kairi's punishment ended with this inheritance, an unbelievably warm-hearted decision. After that, the Sumadera family began receiving favorable treatment from a section of the Ushiromiya group. There must have been some kind of backroom deal. In other words, Kairi openly left the Sumadera family under the pretense of gaining financial support from the Ushiromiya family. Kasmi had watched it happen in shock. No, she even disparaged her dishonorable sister as a loser. But eventually, she realized that the heavy responsibilities Kairi had borne would be passed on to her. And then, for the first time, she saw that she'd been outwitted.
あんたの母親のせいで私の人生はめちゃめちゃにされたわ。いいえ、一度殺されたと言ってもいい。あの日に私は一度殺されて地獄のような日々に突き落とされたのよ。
それまで人生舐めてきたツケじゃない。
Alright, I'm done. I'm tired of this. I'll see you fuckers again at some point. I guess... Hold on, let me actually mute that. Alright, wait, my bad. Not be right back. Ending soon. Let's see, when's the next stream? Okay, consult my calendar. Next stream is the 18th. The 11th, I'm gonna be somewhere, so I can't stream. So see you, fuckers. I gotta do, hold on, outro. This has been Umineko. I'm getting fucking sick of everything. To be honest, I'm getting fucking sick of it, man. I need this to be done. But I'm not. And I'm not just gonna say fuck it and just not. I'm gonna finish this shit next stream. And then we're gonna fucking do something else. I've been your host, Sean Tyler. This has been the Saberleaf Network. Despite all my complaining about Umineko, it's not bad. It's just really fucking long. And it seems like it's just the same shit. So, for the people who think that I'm just shitting on this for no reason, no, I'm just voicing the complaints that I'm getting while I'm reacting to it. Other than that, it's not bad. I would recommend people play this, but if they felt like it, it'd be fine. My music did not mute. Now I have muted it. Follow all my social medias, descriptions, on YouTube, subscribe, comment, like, dislike, shove it up your ass, lick the screen, put your dick on it. I don't care. Stay golden, people of the YouTube Twitch intro. I am out.